Zoom.
Okay. Well, thanks everybody for your patience and welcome to the January 18th, 2022 meeting of the San Luis Coastal Unified School District Board of Trustees. At this time, we'd like to ask those in attendance to please keep your videos off and audio muted unless you're presenting information or speaking in public comment. We're offering translation services for our Spanish-speaking attendees. To access translation, please click on the globe at the bottom of your screen and then the language. At this time, we'd like to ask if anyone who might need translation would please click on the participants icon at the bottom of your screen and raise your hand.
Buenas noches y bienvenidos a todos. Esta junta del Consejo de Educación va a estar siendo interpretada al español. Si por favor pueden levantar la mano bajo participantes para saber que necesitan los servicios de interpretación. Gracias.
Okay, so a couple of things before we get started. First, I wanted to recognize that January is National Human Trafficking Prevention Month. And every year since 2010, the President has dedicated the month to raise awareness about human trafficking and to educate the public about how to identify and prevent this crime. During this month, we celebrate the efforts of foreign governments, international organizations, anti-trafficking entities, law enforcement officials, survivors advocates, communities of faith, businesses, and private citizens all around the world to help raise awareness about human trafficking. I want to acknowledge our teachers who educate our students about the dangers of human trafficking and our ongoing district efforts to raise awareness of this insidious crime being perpetrated across our county, state, and country. And then also for those of you who are watching us, the board was made aware at our last meeting that we need to put away our cell phones. And so we'll be doing that. So I guess if anybody wants to text me, you're out of luck during this time because I won't be paying attention to it. So we're all putting our cell phones away. And as we realize that it might be distracting to people who are watching the meeting. So thank you for that. The board did meet in closed session. We met on 2 items. We had a conference with our real property negotiators regarding the Avila Beach property. We also had a personnel discussion where we reviewed and took possible action on employment, dismissal, or discipline of district employees. Do we have a consensus on the order of business? Everybody good, Catherine and Evelyn? Thank you very much. Let's get started with our student representatives to the board. And I know that that Noah is not here tonight. And so I'm going to get started with Grace Grace, I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your last name, who is the Vice President of Student Body at San Luis Obispo High School. Hi, Grace.
Hi, yeah, Grace Bide, you got it. I have a slideshow, so should I share my screen? Is that the best way to do it?
Yes, we'll hold on just a second and we'll arrange for that to happen.
Perfect. Okay, am I good to do it?
You're fine.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Screen. Okay, well, so I'm filling in for Noah. He had a baseball tryout. So I'm Grace and I'm presenting for SLO High's ASB. So the first thing I'd like to go over is our ASB has approved $6,000 for 3 water bottle refilling stations that we're going to implement soon in the future. And we debated a long time, if this is how we want to use this money, but we decided that we thought it'd be beneficial. And we're also going to buy water filters. So then the future classes will have something to use and like get them started on keeping this process going. So we're in the process of getting that going. And then our 24-hour musical is our Seoul High School Performing Arts is performing it this Saturday. And it's kind of like an opportunity for students to get out of their comfort zone and gain the confidence, because you get like 24 hours and a prompt, and then you kind of just run with it and go with it. So if you'd like to watch, it's a really fun event. I'd highly recommend. And then, so due to our recent surge of Omicron, we decided to push back our winter formal 1 week. So we're going to be having our annual winter formal on February 12th. It's going to be an outdoor dance, and we're going to require students to either have proof of a vaccination card or a negative COVID test to keep everyone safe. So we're still like figuring out the exact details of that, but we're hoping that by the time of this date, there should be a lot less cases. So we should be in the clear. And then we have an outdoor rally that's kind of correlating with the dance, which also got pushed back 1 week. So we're going to have the rally on February 11th. And it's going to be outside to keep everyone safe and like mask required. And it's going to have a lot of winter theme games. And then it's going to be the completion of our Rivals Week, which is like the leading up week to what's going on. So there'll be like spirit days, activities, lunchtime things. It's like a homecoming week, but for winter. And then during the rally, we're also going to recognize all our winter athletes, our academic achievements, and the arts program. And our winter sports have been doing really well. We've had a really successful season, and yeah, they're going strong. And then this February 4th, we're going to have our annual or monthly Student of the Month barbecue. And this is where we honor students who've worked hard in the past month of January. So teacher is going to pick a student from each class. And this is where we honor our We Belong award, where it's like when teachers see a student who's been standing out, especially, and just like making the classroom more inclusive and everything, where you give them a free barbecue lunch. So yeah, that's everything I have. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Grace. Is there anybody that has any questions for Grace? Yes, please, Eve. Don't. I think you need to turn your mic on.
24-hour musical, is that the title of a musical? Or is it going to last 24 hours?
Grace, did you hear the question? I think you might be muted.
She's trying to.
Oh, sorry. I think we lost you. Okay.
After remain in suspense.
Well, thank you. We'll ask maybe Mr. Dickinson can get back to Ms. Dobler-Drew, and we can actually probably put that in our Friday notes. Thank you. Nick, are you ready?
Yes, I am. Perfect. Awesome. Good evening. I'll just say first off, I'm super excited for this semester. My college apps are all done, so I'm just ready to focus on ASB and the school year and like finishing off senior year. So that's really exciting. So first off, in Morro Bay news, our first semester, we had 692 students, and that's a little bit over 80% earned honor roll. And then 247 of those students, which is about 29%, earned distinguished honor roll, and that is having a GPA of 3.8 or more. So that was really exciting as far as academics. And then we just solidified a plan for MBHS students to visit 8th graders at Loams. I'll personally be there. We have a lot of people from various activities going to the middle school on February 3rd to talk a little bit about Morro Bay and what's in store for them in the future. And then Mr. Scaldi will be there as well, and the counselor. So that'll be super exciting. And then as far as winter sports, we're gearing up. Our girls soccer team is hosting a game against Mission tonight, and our boys team is competing at Mission. So that's super exciting. And then girls basketball is going to be having Orchid Academy, and then the boys team will be playing in Orchid. We have a student Senate meeting tomorrow, and that's going to be reviewing the Youth Truth Survey data. And then we also are looking at a possibility of like a quest to evaluate communication. So basically that means we're trying to figure out the best way that students and staff can interact and get their points, their feelings across in the best way. So that's super exciting. And then I have one of my peers, she took a video to talk a little bit about the play. So is it possible for me to share my screen? Perfect.
Hi everyone, I'm True Forster and I'm the ASB Secretary here at MBHS. I'm also part of our MBHS drama program and we're putting on a production, A Midsummer Night's Dream, next week, January 27th, 28th, and 29th at 6 p.m. You can get your tickets online at our school website or you can look up MBHS drama program. I'm Hermia, which is one of the lovers, and our play consists of love, mischief, and magic. It's super fun and exciting and I hope to see you there.
Did you guys hear that okay?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So we're super excited about the play as well. That's going to be one of our, really exciting events coming up.
Thanks. Anybody have questions for Nick? Well, thanks, Nick. Oh, Evelyn, I'm sorry. Evelyn, you're muted.
Yeah, Nick, where is that going to be? You know, I know it's going to be on campus, but what room? What?
So the play, I'm not exactly sure exactly the space. I'm almost positive it's going to be outside though.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
If I may, this is Mr. Scaldi, and if you can hear me, we're going to be hosting it as Shakespeare in the Park, and we're going to have it in our quad area, and we're super excited about it. We've set up for lighting and seating, and we can't wait.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
And
Yeah.
Scott, what time are the presentations?
Each of the plays on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday begins at 6 p.m. If any board members would like to attend, just send a message to myself or Mrs. Bray, and we'll make sure we've got you ready.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Golding.
Okay, thanks, Nick. Anybody else questions for Nick? Okay, seeing none. Let's go on to item 6.02, the Baywood Elementary School program highlights. Mr. Mayfield.
Yes, good evening. We have Baywood program highlights, as you mentioned, and here is our new principal of Baywood, Bernardo Salcido, to present what's happening at Baywood. Mr. Salcido.
Hello, everybody. First off, let me just say I'm super excited to be a part of San Luis Coastal and everything that the district has to offer. And it's been a wonderful transition and a very welcoming one at that. Let me see if I can share my screen. I have some wonderful pictures of our teachers and students in action. So like Mr. Mayfield already mentioned, we are Baywood Elementary, a dual language program recently started on the coast. One of the things that I wanted to share with everybody is just the amount of community building that we've been doing in the light of, whenever I came onto this position, I really asked all the teachers and staff, what are some positives about Baywood and what are some things that they'd like to see that would be improved? And interestingly enough, it was community on both sides, the community that they had, and then the community that they felt was lost, and then also during the transition of the dual language immersion program. So we've really been focusing a lot of time and attention intentionally trying to rebuild that community. So you can see here at the beginning of the year, staff meeting up in the upper left, that intentionality with our students down, the picture down and to the left, with welcoming our students with open arms, chalk paint. Every student's name was on the front of the sidewalk when they came in on day one. On the upper right, just that collaborative effort that we are all making to make Baywood that dual language immersion program that we know it can be. And then a wonderful experience out in Los Osos and being a part of that Baywood being a part of the Los Osos Community Parade. Now, obviously, we are a school and we're focused on academics as well. So just some pictures and snapshots for you, since maybe you haven't been into the school site setting. The wonderful lessons, engaging lessons happening on campus each and every day. This is just a little gathering of mathematics, third grade, first grade lessons. Also, the reading units of study that we are implementing, and you can see in the lower left-hand corner, just the amount of books offered to our kindergartners in Spanish. And we're trying and slowly amassing that for first grade as well. We have a wonderful library technician who integrates reading for the students, allowing them to read sometimes, some reading point incentives there. And then in the upper right-hand corner, just an interactive reading lesson with students participating using their whiteboards. As you go through the classes in Baywood, you will oftentimes see a lot of collaboration or student participation. You can see here a couple of the projects of the Native American projects in fourth grade, and the teacher actually took the students into the iInnovate lab and had them create some pieces using the 3D printers. Up in the center, we have presenters sometimes come in and present on, in this case, the watershed. That's really close to Baywood. And then in the far right, we have just a student presenting their understanding of what the phases of the moon are, using Oreos and presenting that to all of the other students. The Innovation Lab has been wonderful and a wonderful place for our students to learn in a hands-on method. And you can see front and center the B-bots that help students understand some coding and programming. In the upper left, Jeff Martin and his program have been super helpful in onboarding our teachers with the right materials and lessons to help them transition into the iInnovate Lab. So they're working with a virtual reality program there. And then in the upper right, all the different hands-on Legos, the Magnetiles, and other materials that get the students building. Music and art is still alive and well. You can see on the left-hand side, our music teacher, Troy Cooch, not only providing instruction in the ukulele, but also before school and after school band. And we're going to be having a concert coming up in May. And then on the right-hand side, our PTA program, which is phenomenal, providing some art lessons to all of the different grade levels. And then the recent project in the library that just got finished, which was a collaboration between the fifth grade classes with Leafs and creating their names. We also have a spot for outdoor learning. So if you ever come on out, I can show you that as well. And teachers can take their classes outside and educate them in that outdoor space while attending to the garden. As we all know, intervention has been a huge push this year, and it's been great to receive the support of the district. This is just an inkling of what we have going on, but the big picture there, an instructional assistant working with their small group of students in some reading exercises. In the upper right, Baywood has 2 academic instructional teachers that provide pull-out services in intervention for language literacy. And then in the bottom right-hand corner, that is somebody who will be presenting in just a second, Anna Massey, working with her group of students in first grade and working in one of the WIN groups that are specifically targeted for intervention for students for those specific needs. Lastly, just a few additional things going on at Baywood. We have chess club put on by our library technician, Amanda Nelson. We also have a Spanish club that runs on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and that's put on by an instructional assistant, Deborah Harris. And then our PE teacher, Mr. Turney, also does run club whenever he's there on Mondays and Wednesdays for students and their families to get them active right before school starts. So again, like I said at the beginning, just a lot of wonderful things going on at Baywood. I'm so glad to be a part of it and be a part of this wonderful district. Thank you for allowing me to present tonight.
Great. Does anybody have questions for Mr. Salcido? Well, I'm not seeing any. Bernardo, welcome to the district. And it's a really wonderful little school, as you know, because I popped by, I live up the street from it. And it's always great to be there. It's always great to see just all the students there and talk to the staff. And I'm sad to report that Riley, the office cat, unfortunately was hit by a car, I understand. So sadly, he's not there anymore. But you know, it's just it's a great place, and we wish you well and welcome.
Welcome aboard.
Thanks. Any other questions or comments? Okay, let's move on to 6.03, annual report by the County Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Brescia.
Good evening. Nice to be here virtually with you this evening. One of my functions as a state constitutional officer is to report periodically to all of the governing boards across the county. I'll start with a few points just countywide and then respond to any questions you may have. One of the things that we continue to offer, and I want a big thank you to Ellen Sheffer and to Chris on your board here, is the support of other school trustees across the county in building their leadership and support. And it's very critical at this point in time in local service to the community that we are here to support each other. So I want to thank San Luis Coastal's commitment to that, and Ellen, Chris, your support with CSBA, as well as others throughout our county. Across the county, I convene, normally it would be on a monthly basis, but over the last 20 months, we have been meeting sometimes weekly and at the very least twice a month. This is called the Superintendents Counsel. It consists of all of the school district superintendents, the charter directors, and the two college higher education presidents or their designee. Guests in attendance of these meetings include our sheriff, our public health officer, our district attorney, and legal counsel. Most recently this week, our district attorney spoke with us on several of the topics, specifically the topic that President Unger discussed on human trafficking and presented to all of the school districts on that topic, as well as Dr. Borenstein and her staff talking to our districts about public health. I continue to inform all board presidents across the county with a regular update of information I'm receiving from Sacramento, as well as county officials. Also, we had a presentation from Dr. Holyfield, which ties into your district, as well as Coast Unified, participating in the social emotional learning of students and moving forward in that avenue across the county to support children, their families, our districts. And I want to thank San Luis Coastal for moving forward in that in an exemplary fashion. So that gives you a bit of the Superintendents Counsel on a regular basis that we're meeting. Any questions in that area? And I'll just pause for a second and then I'll go on.
Catherine, Ellen, Evelyn, anybody? I think we have no questions right now. Jim, you want to? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Evelyn, please.
Yes, Evelyn. Good evening.
Yes, good evening. No, I did want to extend my thanks to the County Office of Education for the support for new trustees, because, you know, Ellen Sheffer has been an integral part of that and has reached out to, you know, new trustees and, you know, trustees in their first term to kind of be a resource, and it's been an invaluable resource. So I think that's been a worthwhile endeavor, and I want to thank you for that, and thank Mrs. Sheffer for that.
Right, and really what we're trying to do is provide peer support. So in the same context that we have induction, which is support for our educators post-university and our administrators, we're trying to do the same thing for our leadership, our governance of the district. So yes, it is very valuable, and I'm committed to continuing that. I'm happy to report that all of our school districts and charters throughout the county are solvent with positive certifications moving forward. An ongoing challenge that many of the agencies face is the temptation to use these fairly decent amounts of one-time funding for ongoing compensation. And I've had some fairly strong letters worded to some of our districts about that these are not ongoing funds and we cannot tie them up with long-term commitments. But very impressed with the creativity that school districts are exhibiting in addressing learning loss needs and helping our school districts across the county. Our career and technical education program continues to grow, and I anticipate there will be more funding coming from the state in that area. And I'm happy to report that we're continuing to grow in the dual enrollment capacity in students earning college credit while they are enrolled in high schools throughout the county. And our SLO Partners program has produced 250 apprentices in the last 3 years. And we're very pleased to see that. Most recently, we have 25 young people involved in the Ticket to Teach program. These are individuals in our high schools throughout the county that are earning community college credit to become early childhood educators. I'm in partnership with Cuesta College, and we have a discussion this week with President Armstrong about securing a pathway for those individuals to pursue a bachelor's degree, and we have funding to pay for that. And these would be individuals that would stay in our community and serve as educators. So very happy to see that moving forward. I also anticipate more grant programs for classified to certificated coming through with this year's budget from the governor's office. And we've had a good success in this county upskilling locals to continue to serve. We will continue the Educator of the Year on a virtual platform this year, but hopes that this spring we can bring back this county-wide dinner to acknowledge our educators. And I'm in early discussion with a couple of venues about holding an education employee and family activity of some sort at multiple locations once health conditions permit that. The Child Care Planning Council continues to move forward, and we had progress with the Board of Supervisors in moving a fairly decent amount of money forward to upskill individuals in the childcare arena. And I will present more information to that as those plans move forward, but that will include every agency in the county. So I'm very pleased to see that and to see our Board of Supervisors moving in that direction, along with our First Five, CAPSLO, and the Child Care Planning Council. We do anticipate that we'll see more early childhood education money to upskill individuals, to train the workforce, and hopefully to recruit and retain. And that brings it around to the last two items I wanted to just brief you on. Recruitment and retention of employees. We will continue to see more dollars for our employees that wish to get multiple certifications and training. And I encourage every agency to take part in that. San Luis Coastal has been a leader in that area, and I thank you for your support, especially in the area of special education, to keep those individuals in the field and serving. And then finally, my office is moving forward with the county on a small prototype of a dozen or so housing units, where we're taking existing property that the county office maintains, repurposing modular buildings to put in place educator workforce housing. And the goal of this, along with Wade Horton from the county administrative officer, is to have a prototype for other agencies across the county to use that we could leverage again to provide to our employees. So that was my short list there. I was trying to keep it brief for you. I'll entertain any questions that you may have.
Sure. It looks like Eve first, then Mark, and then we'll see if anyone else. So Eve?
Well, I'm so glad to hear the good news about the CTE pathways being expanded and well-funded. Did you say that the early childhood funding is from the state because it's a special pathway interest they have?
We have a county-wide grant for about $500,000 to provide space for individuals to achieve early childhood certification. And we have 3 partner high schools in the county where these are high school students who are earning units for certification. Employment is then offered to them post-certification and movement forward to obtain a bachelor's degree should they wish to do that.
And do they need to commit to stay in the county or in the community?
Well, the jobs are in the county and the community, so it is our hope. And what I've seen is we have more success with local individuals in providing opportunities here with those individuals staying. And that's really what we're trying to encourage. These are our children. We want them to stay in the community.
Yes, I agree with that.
Mark.
Thanks.
Thank
Hi,
you.
Jim.
Good evening.
As a former County Office of Education employee, I just want to thank you for going over a lot of those programs. I was lucky enough to be there when Grizzly got started and serve on that board for a little bit. So it's close to my heart. So can you give us a little bit update on what's happening at Grizzly?
Sure. Grizzly, we came back on Sunday. There was the first cohort. What we're doing in terms of protocols, because it is residential, all of the cadets are screened, and the guard handles this along with public health. I believe of the 150 or so, we had about a dozen that tested positive, and the county is working with us on isolating those individuals, but still allowing them to start. They may start at a later date once they clear. Grizzly had a pretty high success record in keeping students and staff safe. It's a very controlled environment, as you know, so they're living in a residential setting there, but we're moving forward. It just looks a little different than it did 2 years ago in terms of the spacing, and it is a smaller cohort so that we can keep fewer cadets in each room.
Thanks, Jim.
Anybody else? Well, Jim, again, I want to thank you on behalf of our board for the work that you and your office have done to support the education of students in our county. It's just some of the significant things. I mean, we all appreciate the work Mrs. Sheffer is doing to support both veteran and new school board members. And the fact that your office has taken that up, I think really, I appreciate how you've recognized the importance of school board members and the importance of support for school board members. I think that's important. I also really want to thank you and your staff for the work that you've done to make sure that when you talk about the recruitment and the retention, trying to really work to get our classified employees, for example, get their teaching credentials. So we're growing our own. And I think that's an initiative that's out of your office as well. And we really appreciate that too. And then just the work you've done with Dr. Bornstein and others to help maintain safety, of course, is important. And then the fiscal oversight. I don't think people realize how involved your office is in the fiscal oversight and how important that is, because, we got to balance our books and make sure that we're not spending more money than we have. And sadly, that reminder of one-time monies and unfortunately declining enrollment, that, we do need to pay close attention to that. And I appreciate your valiant efforts to oversee that kind of stuff. Is there anybody else for comments? Well, thank you very much, Dr. Brescia. We really appreciate it.
All right, and thank you all, trustees, for your public service.
You're muted there, sir.
I just wanted to say thank you again to all of the trustees for their service.
You're still muted, Jim.
Okay.
See ya.
Good night.
Thank you. Okay, very good. Let's move on to public comment, please. So I'm going to read a statement about public comment. At this point, in the agenda, the board welcomes comments on matters of district interest. The board will listen but cannot engage in discussion or take action on items not listed on the agenda. Generally, this section of the agenda is for individuals or a representative of a group to address the board on issues not listed on the agenda. Speakers who wish to discuss items on the agenda are requested to wait until that item comes before the board. However, comments may be given on agenda items at this time if it's not possible for a speaker to stay until the agenda item is heard by the board. If you submit written comments on a topic, you will not be allowed to also speak on that topic. Comments or correspondence submitted anonymously will not be accepted. If you'd like to speak in person, please complete a yellow public comment request form and submit it to Mrs. Dawson. In-person public comments will be heard first. If you wish to speak via Zoom, click on the participants icon at the bottom of your screen and select raise your hand. When your name is called, you may restart your video if you wish and unmute your audio. If you need assistance with your video, please let us know and we'll attempt to fix it. If you have a problem with your audio, please click on the thumbs down icon and we'll attempt to assist you. Written public comments submitted prior to the board meeting will be read by Mrs. Sheffer following the verbal public comment. All public comments will be limited to 3 minutes, a limit of approximately 450 words in written comment. You may not cede any remaining time to another speaker. Any portion of your comment extending past the 450 word limit may not be read aloud due to time restrictions. All written comments that are not read into the record will be made part of the meeting minutes, provided that such comments are received prior to the end of the meeting. Please be aware that written public comments, including your name, may become public information. And again, there's no ceding of time. Is there anybody in the audience that wishes to address the board?
Yes. Can you hear me?
So hold on just a second. I'm just making sure that there's nobody here, and then I'll go to the Zoom. And I have actually 2 people. The first person who wishes to speak is Lauren Williams. Lauren, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, Lauren, your 3 minutes begins now.
Okay. So I'm not sure if this will be part of the next agenda item, but I do have a question on where we can find the information where the CARES Act money was spent, and if there's an itemized list exactly dollar for dollar where the money went. It seems from edsource.org that San Luis Coastal Unified got about $12.2 million, and San Luis Obispo County Office for Education got $9.5 million. And my question, I guess, I know you probably can't respond, but where is the information that we can look at to see where this money went and what were the requirements and the strings attached to this money? Is this why we have to do vaccination sites on our school campuses? Is this why our kids have to be masked? Is this why you're promoting vaccinations for all of our kids and boosters? And we know also that Newsom can take 10% of that money, the $4.4 billion, and give it out as he sees fit for COVID vaccination clinics, grants to districts, and so on. So I guess it's maybe, I don't know if I've missed this and you guys have talked about it in the past, or it's somewhere online that we can see where this money went, because I'm hitting a lot of, oh, we're just following protocol. Oh, this policy is segregation for our children, but we're just following orders. We're just following the protocol. And I'm curious to see if this money is why our children have to stay masked, why they have to stay 6 feet apart. I think the desks have been moved farther apart once they've gotten back from Christmas break. I've heard that. So I think now with Omicron and most of the kids being exposed to it or being vaccinated, I don't really see the point in this, but it seems like maybe your hands are tied because you've accepted this money. So is there a way to give the money back if we don't need it to have our children be, tied to these tyrannical mandates? So that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Williams, perhaps you could get in touch with Mr. Pinkerton's office, and he would be happy to direct you to where that information is. That is a matter of public record. And so we should be able to help you find that without much problem at all. Our next person to speak is Calvin Kelly. Calvin, are you ready? I believe that, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name.
You did
Calvin, are you
not.
there?
Yes, my wife's
Okay.
going to be speaking.
We're both here. Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, your 3 minutes begins now.
Okay, we wanted to speak on the vaccine mandates also. And from what I understand, that California has required the mandate to that the students, and I'm specifically speaking to the high school level. I know it varies for each age group. And I know you can't respond, but I'm hoping this can be addressed in maybe next month's meetings, speaking directly to the vaccine mandate from the state of California, where they state that in-person learning, you must basically be vaccinated to stay with in-person learning. So as far as I know, those deadlines for FDA approval have been met in August of 2021, and the FDA approval for boosters came about the beginning of January. And since it states that it must be addressed the term after the approval, I'm wondering if for slow high students, they have to be vaccinated by the third trimester, which starts March 15th. And if that's the case, does that mean if the students are not vaccinated by that date, that they will no longer be eligible for in-person learning? Because I haven't seen any information in specifically and directly stating the case. I have seen a cordial request that vaccine cards be turned in, but I haven't had anything that outlines the district plan for dealing with compliance or enforcement at the high school level. So as a parent, I'm actually wondering, what is the deadline for proof of vaccination to attend in person at the high school? And is that going to be by March 15th? What exactly is the high school? How is the high school going to enforce that mandate? And what is the district plan? And when will that plan be communicated to high school parents? And if there is no plan, when can parents expect to hear about it? I'd also like to suggest, if this is going to be mandated, when can we hear about clinics that can get the students through quickly? I know Cal Poly has instituted at the college, they do walk-up clinics that can deal with a large number of students. And so I'm hoping that the school district can also present something like that to parents so that we can get out of this roller coaster of surge back and forth and new variants, because I think all of us would like to stay, have our students stay in in-person learning, but I think we need more transparency of numbers, cases at the high school, and compliance and enforcement moving forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dr. Prater, there were a lot of things that she had been talking about. Can you just quickly let her know how we will communicate those things?
Yes, I do appreciate the questions, and we're following these efforts at the state of California for the vaccine mandates. And the reason you really haven't heard anything is because the state is pretty much in a wait and see mode. And the latest I've heard is that there will not be the vaccine mandate per se until at least July for the start of the following year. But what I will do is I will re-engage the team that we work with on this and put a reminder out to parents, or at least an update out to parents, so they know what to expect. And I know these are uncertain times, and this particular topic has lots of emotion to it. And so I will put something out either this week or in the coming weeks regarding the questions that you asked tonight.
Mrs. Dawson, is there anybody else who wishes to address us on Zoom? Okay, we do have a written public comment. Mrs. Sheffer.
Thank you. This is from Wes Armstrong. I'm a grandparent of a student at Los Ranchos Elementary School. I'm a retired dentist, a teacher, and a commercial pilot. During the AIDS virus outbreak in the late 80s, I was one of the few providers to render to this group dental and surgical care. Although a very different virus, the fear factor and the fact that science got us through it do correlate. Also, as a commercial pilot tasked with getting my passengers, my aircraft, and myself safely to their destination. The problem-solving steps involved in these endeavors are similar to the problems we now face with the COVID pandemic. It is from this experience that I strongly feel we must heed the advice of the thousands of very bright, ethical researchers from many countries who have developed the COVID vaccines. We must mandate full vaccination of all eligible school children. We already do this for polio, rubella, chickenpox, and measles. It is Darwinian in nature to do this, as it comes down to our current death rates have shown the survival of the fittest. Not so much physical in nature, but intellectually. The better problem solvers who listen to science will survive. Those who respect science and the trillions of man and woman hours of research will be the survivors of this pandemic, as our county's hospitalization records show. Even though it is true that children are not as severely affected by the virus, they are very efficient carriers to the rest of us. My final point is that in a national crisis, in the past, we have implemented a military draft. Now, in another national crisis, costing more lives than were lost in World War II, we still cannot mandate vaccines which are free, safe, effective, and science proves would save thousands of lives.
Thank you. And I believe that's all the public comment that we have. We'll move on to item 7.02, which is correspondence. And the board did not receive any correspondence at this time that would be of note. We'll move on to item 8.01, business and budget update. Mr. Pinkerton.
Yeah, just a quick couple things for the board. The governor came out with the state budget recommendations, kind of a blueprint that he would like to see for the state. A variety of items, of course, throughout the state is pretty flush with cash this year. So taxes are up. And so while some of that money will go straight to the LCFF, which favors state-funded school districts, I do expect funding to come to San Luis Coastal as a community-funded district, mainly through what we used to call kind of categorical funds. So I think, things that are going to be one-time funding, programs that they want to institute. Through this process, there's going to be a lot of back and forth. So the legislature go back and forth from now until really May, and they come out with mid-May, what's called the May revise. And oftentimes that gives you a better picture of kind of where this budget is going to end. And then eventually they have to pass the budget by statute by the end of June. So two areas that really I think we'll be advocating for. One through SF Squared, which is an organization that we work with to really push community-funded district interests, and that would be TK, so Transitional Kindergarten for All, and the expansion of that program currently right now is part of the LCFF. So if the school district were to start TK programs and expand them, there would be no money for basic aid school districts to do that. So we will definitely be lobbying on our behalf to get that funding. And then I think really another key area that I would love to see the governor put some funds in, and that is STRS and PERS, which is our basically retirement system for all of our employees. Those percentages are rising dramatically over the next few years, and keeping those personnel costs down, of course, is very important. Mrs. Williams brought up some educator effectiveness grant, those types of things. So all of that information, of course, is in board docs, because all of those plans and items, of course, have been presented here to the board and been voted on and approved. So all of that information can be found on board docs. But a much easier way to find information is to either go to our About COVID, so on the San Luis Coastal Unified site. It has all the plans. As Mrs. Frame had asked, we actually have kind of a COVID dollars cheat sheet that we put together, which kind of breaks down, makes much easier, simpler way for the public to understand and see that. So, but Ms. Williams, reach out to me tomorrow, and I'd love to share that information with you and answer those questions. And then lastly, Marilyn pointed out, Ms. Rogers today, that Annie Sharp is going to be retiring. So our transportation supervisor, long time at San Luis Coastal, just a wonderful employee who is going to be leaving us sadly. but good for her. So we, love Annie and the work that she's done. Mr. Unger had pointed out that, she has saved the district, over $1 million in, bus, getting us bus grants, and I'm really just changing our bus fleet to make it more efficient and climate friendly. So kudos to Annie, and we wish her well.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Pickerton? Yeah, I was going to bring up Ms. Sharp's retirement during personnel issues, but we're going to miss the heck out of her. She has just done an amazing job as our transportation supervisor. And, I was looking forward to having her be the one to really start working on the electrification of our transportation and the infrastructure that we're going to be seeing, hopefully with those grants from the state government. And so, Annie, we're going to miss you, but we've got 6 months with you and we're going to make you work really hard. So thank you. Anybody else? Okay, let's go on to item 8.02, Ed Services Update. Mrs. Frost.
Yes, thank you. Just a couple of things for you this evening, and I think highlighting its importance. I follow Mr. Unger and Dr. Brescia and reminding you that January is National Human Trafficking Prevention Month. And as Mr. Unger said, ever since 2010, the president has dedicated January to this in an effort to empower survivors, to prosecute traffickers, and to bring an end to human trafficking across the United States and across the world. We know that it's an important initiative across the nation, but let's talk a little bit about California. California has been identified by the FBI as one of the nation's top 4 destination states for trafficked persons. And the fact that we're in San Luis Obispo, which is between San Francisco and LA, we are a county corridor. So it's really something for us to be aware of in our district and in our county. Dr. Brush mentioned when he was talking about human trafficking, that last week Dr. Prater participated in a county superintendent's meeting where our district attorney, Mr. Dan Dow, talked about human trafficking and really talked to the superintendents about maintaining their efforts with both students and staff. And just to remind you what we do have a responsibility and a requirement to address human trafficking with our students once in middle school and once in high school. And then we are also required to do annual training with our staff, which we do. So again, a really important subject for this board to be aware of, and all of our community. And then finally, just one other thing, we are having an open forum for parents on the topic of COVID this Friday afternoon from 3:30 to 4:30. We were so happy to get our kids back last week, our staff back, but mitigation efforts in this, this Omicron time was really important. I think some of the changes that have been instituted for quarantine and for isolation can be a little confusing. So we're talking about those on Friday afternoon with any parent or community member who would like to join us. And when I say us, it's me and our workplace infection prevention coordinator, Holly Warwick. So we hope to see you there.
And what time is that again, please?
3:30 to 4:30 on Friday afternoon. And we will be sending out a Zoom link and putting it on our website so all of our family and community can join us.
Questions, Mr. Buckman? And
Yeah.
then Ms. Dobler-Drew.
So thanks for that update. For many years, there's been a human trafficking task force in San Luis Obispo County. I've been honored to attend a few times. I've watched County District Attorney Dan Dow run this, and it is amazing. There are former educators there sitting at the table, former PTA leaders sitting at the table. It's really an amazing group. So thanks for bringing that up.
Sure. Eve?
So glad you brought that forward also. And love hearing that the teachers are trained every year.
Yes, annually.
Annually. Is there a way to have it spread further and wider, like to the families, to the guardians?
So Yes, I would say that there is a way to share it with our families and guardians. We have a very robust website now, so putting that information on there for our parents to access, I think would be very positive if they're interested in going that route. I can't tell you exactly if information is sent home from our health teachers who present this or our physical education teachers who present it with their students. But
Maybe
that's something that we might consider.
maybe we could find out.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, 8.03 Measure D update, Mr. Pinkerton.
Yeah, just a quick bond update. We are going to be meeting with our oversight committee soon, end of this month, and we'll be reviewing the bond audit that we do annually. And of course, it's a public meeting that anyone is able to attend.
Great, thank you. We'll move to item 9.01, which is a public hearing for a dedication of right-of-way and public utility easement to the Pacific Gas and Electric Company. Mr. Pinkerton?
Yeah, so this is, as you have said, Mr. Unger, basically just a public hearing aspect of it. The next item on the agenda, of course, is a resolution approving that. This basically is an easement that PG&E requires for us to provide power to our Avila Beach property.
Okay, thank you. So I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. The public hearing is now open. If there's anyone who would like to address the board, please let us know. Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Thank you very much. We'll move to item 10.01. This is a resolution 142122 regarding the PG&E right-of-way and public utility easement that we just talked about in the public hearing. Mr. Pinkerton, do you have anything else to add to that?
No, yeah, it's basically just an easement that is requested or required, I should say, by PG&E for us to proceed to provide power to the units that have recently been constructed.
Okay. Is there anybody from the public that would like to address us on this part of the item? Seeing no one, I'll bring it back to the board. Mr. Buckman.
Yeah, I want to thank staff I did have a question about this, and I just want to thank staff for answering it. For me, it looked like the cover page for the agenda item said one thing and the easement actually said another. I understand now, and if anybody else had that same confusion, it's all okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
Would you like to make the motion, Mr. Buckman?
Yeah, sure. I'll make the motion to approve resolution 14-21-22 PG&E right-of-way and public easement.
A second.
And that's been seconded by Ms. Dobler-Drew. Is there any further comment from the board? Okay, seeing none, this is, of course, will be a roll call vote. Mr. Buckman?
Aye.
Ms. Dobler-Drew?
Aye.
Dr. Eisendrath Rogers? Mrs. Frame?
Yes.
Mrs. Roger? Mrs. Sheffer? And I'm a yes. Motion carries 7-0. Before we move on to item number 11.01, we've been at this for about an hour and a half. I realized that we were delayed about a half an hour to start. I'm wondering if the board would like to take a break now for about 5 minutes or so, or if the board would prefer to take a break at about 8 o'clock. Take a break. Why don't we take a break for about 5 minutes right now? We'll be back at 7:35.
Mayfield.
Yes, good evening. Very pleased to be here tonight with a team from both Baywood and Pacheco Elementary Schools to give the board an update on our dual language immersion programs. Pacheco, as you know, is a longstanding program, and Baywood started this is the second year now, first grade with dual immersion. This is what we'll cover. I'll go over the program, just some basic details as a reminder, both for the board and for the public. Talk about the professional development activities that we've managed to hold so far. We'll discuss the support that is provided by the district for both schools, and then each of the principals and MTSS staff members at both Baywood and Pacheco will give us a couple of highlights of what's happening there, discuss achievement data, and then talk about the parent connection, because it's such an important thing. Here's our team tonight. Myself, Director of Elementary Education, Carmen Wood, who's the new principal of Pacheco Elementary, Bernardo Salcido, who you heard from earlier in board highlights, principal of Baywood Elementary, Nikki Rigi and Lisa Stevens, our MTSS teachers at Pacheco, Anna Masi and Aaron Clyburn, our MTSS staff at Baywood Elementary, and Dawn, who is not able to attend tonight, is a key player as a teacher on special assignment for English learners in my office, Instructional Services. So as you know, dual immersion students are learning to be bilingual and biliterate in 2 languages. And this is a critical thing. We assess the students in both English and in Spanish. We have programs in town and now on the coast for a long time. We had a long waiting list to get into Pacheco. So we started the second program just a couple of years ago. Pacheco started in 1996 and then transitioned to a 90-10 program model during the 14-15 school year. And then Baywood began 2 years ago, or a year ago, excuse me, 21-22 school year in kindergarten, and it's now K1, and second grade will be added next school year, and we'll continue on. The students learn all the same curriculum at the dual immersion schools that they do in the rest of our elementary schools, which is important. Spanish literacy first for all students. So 90-10 program model refers to the percentage of time students spend in Spanish and English during the kindergarten year. And so all students are expected to learn Spanish literacy in the beginning. The English language development is a core content component of two-way immersion, both for English learners as well as native English speakers. And then the 90-10 program model is 90-10 in kindergarten, 80-20 in first grade, 70-30 in second grade, and so on. And the last 3 years are conducted 50% in English, 50% in Spanish. We strive for a 50-50 student mix, primary Spanish and primary English learners. However, we do not achieve that currently, as the number of English learners in our district has declined, as it has elsewhere in the state of California over the last several years. In terms of professional development, as you know, professional development is a challenge these days. Finding substitutes to give teachers release time, to be released from class, to attend professional development, to have planning days where they can conduct professional development activities is a big challenge. But I've worked with Dan Block in HR to prioritize Baywood, especially being a new program, in terms of release days, and we've done our best to provide those teachers with activities to help them develop the programs. Also, as you know, we've added many instructional aides and academic intervention teachers who conduct small group reading work and math work, and we have trained those staff to be able to do those activities at the schools. I've been really happy to see the collaboration between the staff at Baywood and the staff at Pacheco. There's a lot of years of expertise at Pacheco Elementary School, having done this program for a long period of time. Some staff members have even transferred over to Baywood, a kindergarten teacher, as well as an aide, and one of the MTSS teachers as well, Anna Masi, spent several years at Pacheco. And that expertise is valuable in developing a new program model. Recently, we had the kindergarten and first grade teachers at Baywood attend a writing units of study professional development conducted entirely in Spanish by Teachers College in New York. They did it via Zoom, of course. Excellent training and just what they needed to develop the writing units of study expertise there. K1 ELD standards mapping continues. ELD is English language development, a critical component in a 90-10 immersion program that teachers use that small percentage of time in kindergarten effectively for developing English language. And Dawn Addis does that work out of my office with the staff there. We've worked with Lucia Rocha for a long period of time, and she helped us this year specifically on the reading units of study. This is our reading curriculum across the district, K6. That's what RUOS stands for. And that happened at Baywood Elementary. She's someone who we worked with for several years. In August, we had professional development. We had Fry and Fisher at the Kickstart Conference who worked with Teacher Clarity. We did ELD workshops, culturally responsive practice workshops, and supporting immigrant and undocumented students as well. We had new teachers attend a strand at that particular Kickstart conference, and they attended workshops on integrated and designated ELD. And then we have staff, whenever possible, attend conferences. So the California Association of Bilingual Education, or CABE, occurs in about March or April every year. Hopefully, we'll be able to take staff to that conference. There are some excellent workshops that happen there and team building activities that happen there that are valuable in developing the program. And then the Association of Two-Way and Dual Language Education Programs, I don't know how to pronounce that particular acronym, occurs in summer, and that is specific to two-way immersion programs. And the nice part about that, of course, is that we don't need any substitutes for teachers to attend, and all of the workshops are on two-way immersion. And so, again, a valuable opportunity for our staff. And then we've had our veteran staff do model lessons for both reading and oral language with teachers from Pacheco and Baywood. In terms of support, the district supplies a lot of support currently, and we've beefed that up recently for our dual language immersion programs. In the academic arena, all schools receive support in MTSS, or multi-tiered system of support. But we have 2 teachers at Baywood and 2 at Pacheco who assist in that process. We have a district teacher on special assignment for English learners. We have EL specialists at both sites, and those are allocated by the number of English learner students who are at those sites. So both sites have adequate or significant support, I would say. EL aides are provided in kindergarten, and then the site uses their own Title I funding to also hire aides. Academic intervention teachers, which I mentioned before, are provided by the district through the MTSS process, and instructional assistants as well. The MTSS focus is definitely on English learner students at those 2 sites. It's all students who need our support, but English learner students for sure. And then during WIN time, or what I need time, all students receive specific support as it says there, determined by what exactly they need. And we use data to determine where those students go in which groups. And then just recently, we purchased a Spanish version of the leveled literacy intervention, or LLI. And you know, it's been a hardship on teachers over a long period of time to find materials, translate what they cannot find into Spanish. And it's just really nice to have a high quality research-based intervention program in that leveled literacy intervention to provide to them. Spanish Club occurs, and we have a new book room happening at Baywood Elementary School. Books are expensive, and over time, we need to have classroom libraries. The regular library at the school site needs to have books purchased in Spanish, and we're doing that for the current grade levels of kindergarten and first grade, but also purchasing books for next year for second grade and 3rd grade and beyond. And the library tech is actively looking for titles so that we can make those purchases over several years. In order for students to read, especially with our curriculum, they need books at their level. So we're purchasing a significant number of books for their book rooms. And then both schools, Pacheco will just be starting up soon, but both schools provide before and after school supports. And we'll be looking for transportation for after school programs to support those students. In terms of student well-being, we expanded the Welcome Center, which assists families coming into our district who are new in the kindergarten enrollment process. We had that housed at Pacheco Elementary solely, and then we added a program at Baywood Elementary, which is much more convenient for families who live on the coast. And that takes an effort to train people to test students when they come into the district, new students, English learners and whatnot. Big Brothers and Big Sisters is active in both schools, and I'm meeting with them, in fact, later this week to talk about expanding that program to other schools in the district. And then Pacheco has a program known as PEAK, providing extracurricular activities to kids. And that has been in place for many years to assist students to participate in sports when they otherwise might not have the opportunity to do so. It helps with fees, it helps with equipment, and then connecting families and students to extracurriculars, because we know how powerful those things are for student engagement and ultimately student achievement. And then both schools have bilingual counseling support as well. Okay, and with that, I'll introduce Bernardo Salcido, and he'll share with us a little bit of data from Baywood, and then he'll introduce his MTSS team to talk about the interventions that they're doing currently. Mr. Salcido.
Thank you for that transition, Mr. Mayfield. And I know after that wonderful introduction and with all of the supports that we have, you were probably hoping for a better representation of what's going on. And be that as it may, I'm glad that Lisa Stevens is here, because she can definitely attest to how difficult it is to start a dual language immersion program, which she did a wonderful job in light of that was started during COVID. So with that said, this is where we are right now with our kinder program, with proficiency levels. And I'll kind of walk you through that. And as you're looking at these results, just understand that we understand that this is where we are at, and this is not where we hope to be in the future. And we're making tremendous strides. Like Rick said, Mr. Mayfield said, all of those things that we're doing to support our teachers at Baywood, specifically with that dual immersion program. So let's jump in. At the end of trimester 1, kinder proficiency, which rates their proficiency on all of the kindergarten standards, specifically with reading in mind, Baywood Elementary was at 6%. Another caveat to that statistic is these students are being tested in Spanish. So when they are getting tested in their BAS for reading, it is in the Spanish language, not in English. Comparatively speaking, you can see how the math scores are doing at Baywood at 41% already. And again, these are the kindergarten standards at the beginning of trimester 1. So 41% of the students are on grade level. And that is compared to the BAS reading, again, in Spanish test, where 6% of the students are on grade level. Mr. Mayfield, next slide, please. Moving on to first grade, because like Mr. Mayfield said, our kindergarten and our first grade are the only 2 levels that are learning in Spanish, the dual language immersion programs. So a little bit of comparison here from last year. So this would be our first cohort of dual language immersion students coming from kinder at the end of last year. That's what that first statistic represents. At the end of trimester 3, where were those kindergarten students? Again, in the reading level proficiency, in the reading proficiency assessments that were given in Spanish, 16% were proficient at the end of trimester 3. And what we found in the assessments at the end of trimester 1, 18% of students were proficient, again, at first grade in their reading proficiency at the end of trimester 1. So it's a good trend. They have increased in 2% in their from last year to this year. But again, Those numbers, we're definitely looking to improve them as we continue our best practices within the dual language program. And you can see the other categories of students there. If you look at the bottom left, just kind of a point of reference, average growth, again, in Baywood's cohort, again, this is in the Spanish literacy and reading, 0.92 was the average growth of BAS levels for our students in first grade. And then comparatively speaking to the rest of San Luis Coastal, 1.7. So not quite at that same level that you would expect in being a part of the district. At the same time, the first cohort going through Baywood and at 0.92 is the average growth. Something else to consider that was interesting to me in diving into the data, if you look at the bottom right-hand statistic, what this is trying to show you is starting this school year, out of all of our students in first grade, how many of them had actually reached a specific reading level, not emerging as readers, but actually started on the Fontes and Pinnell reading level of A. And if you were to look at that, there were 20 students at the beginning of this year that had not reached a specific reading level. We call those pre-A's on the report cards. They're an asterisk. At the end of trimester 1, we were down to 11. So significant growth in that area of actually getting them onto a reading level, which we're really excited about. And I can't wait to see what happens in trimester 2, as we hope that number goes down to 5 or 6. And hopefully by the end of the year, at least all of those students will have some type of reading level that they can then progress on as they move into second grade. Next slide. Just for comparison, again, Baywood, we're only in kinder and first for that dual language immersion program. Just a point of reference for the 2nd through 5th, which is English instruction, not the dual language immersion. You can see where Baywood as a school was at the beginning of the year and the amount of growth that we had at the end of trimester 1. So going from 56% proficient to 66% proficient, which was an increase in 10%. And the reason why we show you these is this is where we would like to be in the future. So that's not where we're at right now, but as we progress and as we get that first cohort up in the 5th grade, and then we've been doing this for a while, we would love to see these, if not even better numbers for our entire programs. Now I'd like to turn it over to our 2 MTSS teachers. So multi-tiered system of support teachers. We're lucky enough to have 2 at Baywood, Erin Clyburn and Anna Massey. I turn it over to you. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Anna Massey. I am the Spanish MTSS teacher over at Baywood. And I wanted to share that, you know, with all the interventions and support that we've been receiving, we are so thankful that the district has really made it a point to look at Baywood and see what we need. And they've supported us completely. We are all hands on deck right now. So as you can see at the top, we are a support team of MTSS teachers, academic instruction teachers, instructional assistants, EL specialists, EL aides, kinder aides, and volunteers. And some of the things that we all have been doing, I will talk about now. So for our K and first grade dual immersion program students, we have win time for all students. Every single one of our kinders and first graders are in small groups during win time. It's a 35 to 40 minute group. For kinder, it's 35, 40 for first grade. And we are focused on small group intervention with reading. And so some of our kinders we're still learning some pre-literacy skills, sonidos, which are sounds and sílabas and syllables in Spanish. And some of our groups now are also doing some reading and guided process reading. So getting up in those levels to meet those expectations in end of trimester 2. As Mr. Mayfield mentioned, we found a wonderful is a wonderful intervention system in Spanish that mirrors the LLI in English. And so we are excited to be using that as possibly a second dip, which, you know, during wind time, we are doing small groups for everyone and possibly using this Spanish LLI program in addition to, and in another time. Mr. Mayfield also mentioned the countless books that are needed to start a program and order books in Spanish. And they've been, you know, the district has been so great in saying those yeses of all these books that I have had the pleasure of looking through and ordering some of the books for our book room. We've reorganized it to include the Spanish section that we will be adding more every single year. We've also reorganized all our intervention systems to be all in one place. So we have it accessible to all teachers who are not only using the 6-pack of little guided reading books and taking them back to their classrooms, but anyone who can use any of those interventions. We are also doing math push and support at all grade levels, and that's been being done by our instructional assistants, and they push in after the whole lesson, the whole group lesson is done in math, and then they are working in small groups or with individual students during math. Our wonderful Dawn Addis, who is not here, has also facilitated and helped us with ELD development for our kinder and first grade teacher team. We have had 4 or 5 meetings so far, a total of 8 that we have scheduled, and we're working on that important English component to our dual immersion program and developing those English units based on our science and social studies. We have quite a few new teachers at Baywood, and they have been getting some support by not only their tip mentors, but everyone, our veteran teachers at Baywood, myself, the district. So we are definitely making sure that they get what they need. We have volunteers at our school who are working with students as pushing in into classrooms. As Mr. Mayfield also mentioned, that some of our teachers had an opportunity to work with Lucia Rocha and plan around the reading units of study curriculum. And they've also gone to a writing conference a couple months ago, I think it was, and we are looking forward to going to CABE in a few months, hopefully in person or on Zoom, and additional conferences possibly be happening in the summer. And of course, my favorite, we have had the opportunity to collaborate with Pacheco, my fellow colleagues over there, and it's been fabulous. And we're looking forward to having another field trip over there, or having them come over to see us in action as well. And that has been amazing, and we're so grateful for that. And so now I'm going to pass it on to my fabulous colleague, Erin, who's been awesome to have as a partner, and she will talk about the 2nd and 5th grade classes.
Hi, everybody. I'm Erin Clyburn. I'm one of the other MTSS teachers over at Baywood. And we've been really excited to see how these interventions have led to a lot of growth with our 2nd through 5th graders. We know coming out of distance learning last year and coming out of the pandemic, or the first wave of it anyway, that we had some unfinished learning to address. And like Anna mentioned, it really truly has been a huge team effort and all hands on deck. So just kind of a quick rundown that reflects some of the steps we've taken to start to raise some of that data in 2nd through 5th grade. For LLI, currently, most of that happens during win time, which again is the what I need time. We have 2 amazing academic intervention teachers, Paul Gallo and Effie Blubaugh, and they are so focused, so organized, and so targeted with their instruction and intervention. We're so fortunate to have them. They're currently serving about 40 students just this trimester, which is great. We've been able to get through many, many students. We also have tried to be flexible to maximize the amount of students that we're seeing. So we've added some after school groups for LLI, specifically in second grade, which was one of our highest need areas outside of our K-1 as well. So we've been able to get a couple extra groups of second graders in there. In addition, as you probably noticed in the data, fifth grade was also kind of a pocket that we felt needed some extra support. So we were able to use some of our instructional aides to do a before school reading club with them. So we have a small group of students coming before school, getting volume reading, some structured support, and that's made a difference for those kiddos as well. And speaking of those IAs, Anna mentioned that they're doing math push-in support, but our 3 instructional aides are incredible. We are so fortunate to have them. Yes, they are supporting in math, but they are also supporting with anything and everything. This week, they're helping with testing. They've built amazing connections with students and really had great collaboration with classroom teachers, which has been awesome because it's really led to them being able to get in there and really push students to the next level based on where they are. This kind of goes along with new teacher support, but we've also been able to do coaching and model lessons around reading, number corner, math, just some different curricular areas that really has helped heighten our level of instruction at Baywood, which has been excellent. Our EL specialist, Cindy Dixon, as well as our EL aide, have been able to use time to double dip our English learners. So many of our English learners are getting support through the academic intervention teachers during win time, and then also receiving an EL intervention, whether it's push-in during readers workshop or writers workshop, to provide them an even higher level of support. And then finally, along with that, we also have an after-school literacy and language. So considering we're only in January, it feels like we've accomplished a lot this year, and our goal is to just keep that progress moving forward. So I'll pass it over back to Bernardo.
So in light of all of the news that you just heard, specifically to the academic portion, like I mentioned, that is definitely where we're at, but not where we want to end up. So just wanted to share a few more pictures of some spotlights, some highlights of the academic process. Upper left, wonderful number corner. This is the teacher that Mr. Mayfield mentioned came over from Pacheco. So engaging the students in their lessons. In the center, we mentioned that community building and really trying to tighten up the relationships and collaboration that we have at Baywood. Like Anna Massey already mentioned, that we have a lot of new teachers on campus. So really tightening up those relationships. On the upper right-hand corner, that is third grade. So the things that Aaron Clyburn talked about, that wonderful instruction and support. Bottom left, again, that outdoor spotlight on learning. In the center, this will be the second grade classroom, which will be the next year that we bring on dual language immersion. So here's our second grade teacher who will be with us next year, engaging our students in the mathematics lesson there. And then the bottom right, the supreme support that we have received throughout this school year from the district, from Mr. Mayfield, to help us get all of the literature and reading support, professional development support that we need. And our book room is coming along really nicely. And then the community has been wonderful. Honestly, the support from PTA, ELAC, I'll talk about that in a little bit more, but just the wonderful events that we've been able to put on to try to bring the communities together as we transition into this dual language immersion program. But upper left, that is our Dia de los Muertos celebration, and that parent actually built that stand for all of the ofrendas there, the pictures that you see of the families and their students. So this was K-1 specific. And then on the center, they're just a celebration of that day with our kinder and first grade teachers participating in dances and comida and just really enjoying themselves with those families in the kinder and first grade programs. bottom left. We already talked about being a part of the Los Osos parade and doing so together as a community. In the center, trunk or treat was a wonderful experience. Those are a couple of our first grade students in the dual language immersion program that was attended not only by our school, but other families in the community. And then a real highlight of family engagement. That right there is a picture of the library at Baywood for the second ELAC meeting of the year. We tried it on Zoom. It just didn't quite work. We went back to the drawing board. I asked a bunch of people how we could improve those, the parent engagement. And that's what you see, 30 different parents in the library hearing about resources like how to improve their reading with their students at home. We had a student performance. So just a really good demonstration of the power that we have in building those communities as we look forward to the improved instruction as well. And now I will turn it over to Carmen Wood for Pacheco.
Before we go to Carmen at Pacheco, I'd like to find out if any board members have specific questions about the Baywood program. What I'm thinking is that I'll offer the board members a chance to ask questions now about Baywood. Then we'll hear about Pacheco, and then questions about Pacheco, and then just kind of the whole program at that point. So are there any board members that want to have specific questions or specific comments about Baywood? Mandy, you're keeping an eye out for me for Evelyn and Catherine. Evelyn and Catherine, just an FYI, I'm having Mandy kind of keep an eye out because I'm not seeing you very well up there. So raise your, if you shake your hand or something. So Evelyn, you have a question or a comment?
I wanted to know, I thought I'm just following protocol. Do we normally do the presentation and do public comment?
Well, I'm not going to public. I'm not doing public comment right now. I'm just seeing if there are questions from board members specific to Baywood right now that might help drive public comment later. And then, of course, we'll circle back around after the whole presentation's over. Yeah. So hold on. So Evelyn, did you have a question about Baywood specifically that you'd like to ask now, or would you rather wait if you have something?
Yeah, I think I'd rather wait.
Okay. Marilyn?
There we go. Okay, I'm glad to see that we have all of these interventions in place, and that we're able to provide them. I'm wondering about LLI, and I thought that LLI was only for first grade, but I see that at Baywood it's also being used in second grade. And I don't know how high up does that program go? One question. Second question, I think that it was addressing the needs of the lowest 10% of readers in first grade. Or was that reading recovery? Was LLI actually catching the lowest 20%?
I don't know that we actually use a percentage of the students. I think what we did this time is do our reading assessments. And then figure out how many kids need support at that particular school. But I don't know that the benchmark was set at a 10% or 20% rate. LLI does go up through the grade levels. It's used less frequently, I would say, in the upper grades than it is in the lower grades. But there are kits that are available up through fifth grade, I believe.
It was something that we began to use when we stopped doing reading recovery. And it was a very successful program. Is it continuing to be successful?
Yes, I think it is. It's small group. You have to follow the program to a T. And as long as you do it with fidelity, you'll see the results there. So there's progress monitoring of students' growth and reading over time very closely. It's small groups, 3 to a teacher, ideally to see that growth in students.
So rather than the one-on-one, it's 3 to 1, but still highly effective. Okay, and then I'm wondering about the books in Spanish. When the board decided that we would go forward with the dual language immersion at Baywood, at least my expectation was that they would get all the support that they needed. And Pacheco's had almost 20 years to build up a Spanish library. I'm wondering, did we devote, and perhaps Dr. Prater, you could answer this, additional funds to Baywood to help them to kick off their Spanish language library?
Yeah, there's never been a conversation where the answer has been no. It's been whatever you need, make it happen. What my understanding, and I just appreciate how Mr. Mayfield has worked with the Pacheco and Baywood teams together, is that we're taking this year by year and trying to evaluate what the real needs are as the kids come into the program. So instead of showering them with all these funds and expecting them to know what to order at each grade level as they look forward, they're doing it in a very practical, disciplined way. And I think I've captured that correctly, Mr. Mayfield.
I would say so.
So yeah, we have given them, I wouldn't say carte blanche, but just about to get the Baywood program off the ground and running with the things they need.
So I'm wondering if Baywood, in working with Pacheco as they are, if Baywood is able to find out from Pacheco what books for first graders are particularly well received. You know, what are kids interested in, with the understanding that first grade readers are not chapter books, and so that that Baywood can then get those same books, or does Pacheco have duplicates? Can we pull from Pacheco after they've been in operation for so long, or do they need everything that they have themselves?
Yeah, those are excellent questions that belong most appropriately with Mr. Mayfield, Mr. Salcido, and Ms. Stevens. They probably have the closest knowledge of that.
Pacheco's been great about sharing reading lists. There are specific books that go to support the reading units of study, read alouds that teachers would use to make a specific point. Lucy Calkins and the Teachers College came up with those lists in English, but we've had to find resources where those books were available in Spanish. And they are actually in Teachers College starting to develop units in Spanish as well, which is great to see. We purchased those lessons for summer program and during distance learning as well, video lessons. But we absolutely share reading lists, and it's really almost a limit of how fast can we research what we need, order the books, have them come in, process them. You know, there is some work to be done in that regard, including buying tubs and, you know, labeling them, and the books that don't come in labeled, having someone do that. So it does take time, but we're already purchasing books for second grade for Baywood next year when they begin that process.
Do our elementary schools still have book fairs?
You know, right now during COVID, that may be, you know, slightly modified. You know, I can't recall answering a COVID question about book fairs, but certainly I think that's something that would resume once.
In normal times, we would have it, because I recall teachers making a list of books that they would like, you know, if parents were so inclined or able, would like them to purchase for the classroom. And that would be another great opportunity for parents and community members to help with the effort.
Know that when you walk in a classroom full of books that are leveled for students to read, and you'll see that frequently in our classrooms in San Luis Coastal, it's taken a long time for that teacher to accumulate.
Absolutely. Okay, and then going back, this is my last one, everybody. When you were going through, I don't recall where it was in the slide deck, but mention was made of after-school supports or after-school programs, and I'm wondering what that looks like. And do we provide busing for students that are referred to after-school help, or who elected
Mr.
to
Salcido,
participate?
Can you cover what Baywood is doing in after-school programs briefly?
Yes, currently we have literacy programs that happen before school and after school. And the before school program, we have an instructional assistant there working with a specific group of students, and they just get dropped off early. So before school actually starts. And then our after-school program, we actually have two different programs running. We have one additional WIN group that is taught by academic instructional teacher. That's that LLI intervention with 3 to 4 students. And then we also have an EL after school group to help with literacy as well. At this time, there's no busing and the students leave at 3:30.
Do we need bus?
So if there was a need for busing, you would be aware of it?
Yes, absolutely. At this point in time, there's no students standing outside. Whenever the instructors walk them outside, they wait for them all to get picked up, and it's never been an issue.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm impressed by all the interventions and I'm really hopeful for the success of this program. Thank you.
Anybody else from the board right now specific to Baywood? Okay, well, thank you, Bernardo and Aaron and
Wait,
and
I
Anna.
do.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm seeing Evelyn, your hand is waving. So Ms. Frame, please.
Yes, I apologize, Mr. Unger. I didn't realize that we were going to do this format. And so the more I thought about it, in the out of respect of time, it's probably better if I, ask questions now. But first of all, I want to thank Mr. Salcido, because every time I've gone out to Baywood, he's just been, kind of the welcome mat has been out, and I'm going to be going out and seeing the school next week. So I really appreciate all the effort welcoming. He's really taken, hold of the school and embraced, his teachers, his staff, and really his students, the interactions that I see out there with his students. And also I know that the staff is working really, really hard. Every moment is dedicated to these students. But I think I would be remiss to not, these results, as you mentioned, Mr. Salcido, are concerning, and they're not, come where we want to be. So I guess I'm interested in maybe the thoughts of the district, since we've had these interventions and been having them go on for this time, and they're the same kind of interventions that have been happening at Pacheco. What are our thoughts for, course corrections, or what for T2 and T3 to kind of really change that trajectory, since we've been having these, such great support from our district and really being mindful and intentional. People are really working hard. But I guess, are we surprised? Because we do have 2 dual immersion schools that are receiving kind of the same support. So I guess, needing to hear thoughts and potentially where we're moving forward, in our T2 and T3. So I don't know if Mr. Mayfield or.
Yeah. I'd be happy to take that. Great question. So, as Mr. Salcido mentioned earlier in the presentation, it is extremely difficult to teach a foreign language or to teach a language via distance learning. And I think starting a 2-way immersion program in kindergarten with 2 of the 3 teachers were brand new to dual language immersion is extremely challenging. What we've seen in the data all over the district is that distance learning and COVID have been especially hard, most needy students. And I think that is shown in the data from Baywood as well as Pacheco, although as you mentioned, Mrs. Frame, the results are a little higher at Pacheco. But, in T2 and T3, in fact, this next week or even this week, Mrs. Frost and Mrs. Storm and myself have a meeting to discuss further supports and interventions that we can put in place specific to our 2-way immersion programs. But it's absolutely on our radar. We'll be prioritizing professional development for our newer teachers, beginning to recruit and work with even our 2nd grade teachers to get them up to speed, perhaps attending the ATDLE conference in June and activities like that. In our visit to Pacheco, it wasn't just a visit to walk through the classrooms and say hi. It was, very specific to professional development of teachers. So teachers from Baywood came with questions and things that they needed and wanted to know And they, as they observed the teachers in the classroom, they recorded information, and then the team spent the afternoon together on a minimum day to answer questions that Baywood teachers have. And in going to Baywood now over a short period of time, I've already seen the growth and improvement in instruction. So the most important thing we can do is what we call tier 1 instruction. That's regular classroom teacher in front of students who is highly trained. And so I would say that would be number one priority, is the number one priority moving forward.
So are we
Helen, does
pull-
that answer your
Okay.
question? Or do you have a follow-up with that?
a couple of things. Well, are we pulling then teachers out of the classroom for this? And so they're not with their students, or that's a little, I mean, I know that that's important, but having guest teachers in there seems counterintuitive. So what do we do about that?
We're taking advantage of the days that we do have. So for example, the visitation to Pacheco was during the staff development minimum day,
Okay.
so that it minimized the impact. But you're absolutely right. It's hard to find any subs, and it's doubly hard to find bilingual ones to cover those classes.
And one of the last questions I have, and this really kind of piqued my interest as I was listening to the state budget Zoom that CSBA put. And one of the things that I noted from the governor, that they're wanting to fund and put a lot of money towards development of dual immersion programs. And when Baywood was, initially we were considering this, there was talk of state money to, help get that up and running. And the state did not come through with that money at the time. So I'm wondering, are we looking at potentially, since Baywood is really still in its infancy, looking to submit and try to garner those funds that the governor is pushing for to assist in the development of new dual immersion programs? It's something that Pacheco benefited from for years, but so I'm wondering what our thoughts are on that.
Yeah, we absolutely have our finger on the pulse of all funding opportunities that become available. I looked at several today with Mr. Pinkerton for universal TK and other things. And those are things we're talking about all the time. So any and all grants that are appropriate for our district and to support our dual language immersion programs, we would apply for, absolutely.
So have you heard any of these, Mr. Mayfield? Has the district heard of this, or?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Has the district heard of it, or is it just kind of rumbling through and there's no real clarity from the governor's office?
I have not seen an official release or for applications at this time.
Okay. And I guess my last question is, when I'm looking at the numbers for Pacheco and for Baywood, do we have numbers attached to, SED, non-SED, and EL students? Is this, I mean, I know that each school has, I don't know, one school has, I think, 3 kinder classes, another school has 4, but do we have a breakdown of like our EL students at each school, being mindful of what we're trying to do?
Certainly, the actual numbers you're referring to of students in that particular category, certainly we have those numbers, yes.
Would it be possible for us to, I don't know, maybe I don't know, is this possible, Mr. Unger, and, Friday notes? Is that?
I would support that question as that as well. I am interested when I look at these numbers, I'm kind of interested in the ends that go along with those. I think that would be helpful for me. I don't know how the rest of the board feels about that. Perhaps the next time we do this presentation or something like that, but I do think that's an important piece of data that I would like to see as well.
I'd be happy to update you via Friday notes with that information.
Thank you. And again, I just wanted to say, I know that, at both schools and really at all our schools, our teachers are working incredibly hard, whether you're in intervention, whether you're in aid, whether you're doing math instruction, whether you're, doing yard duty, teachers in the classroom, they are absolutely, it is a heavy lifting, and it's challenging work. It's good work. So I truly appreciate all the efforts. And really, the other thing is the honesty with the data that we're looking at, because it's hard to look at, but we can't improve unless we know where we are. So thank you.
I agree. Thank you. For me and for the team, it's motivating. You know, it is hard to look at. I agree, but it's motivating. It makes us that much more dedicated to making sure these students are done.
Thank you. Thanks to the Pacheco staff, and thank you, Mr. Mayfield. Let's move on to the Pacheco portion of this, please.
Mrs. Wood, if you wouldn't mind sharing some information about Pacheco, please.
Good evening, everybody, trustees, cabinet, good people. Data is really important, especially as a new principal, new to a community, new to a school, new to a school district. It's such an important thing for me to study, really dive in as deeply as I can, monitor it, and learn as much as I can from it. So that being said, let's start off with our kinder data for trimester 1. You can see our Spanish reading data. 21.1% of our kinders were proficient for the trimester 1 benchmark. 10.3% of our socioeconomically disadvantaged students were proficient. Our non-SED students, 34.4%, EL students, 17%, and our students with disabilities, 0%. And that's an interesting statistic to me because most of our students with disabilities have language difficulties, and you can see here how inextricably linked language and learning are in the brain. Our math data is much better, and we welcome any and all celebrations, and we do have a good progress to celebrate from beginning of the year to trimester 1 assessments. Next slide, please. In first grade, and just to note too, we started this year actually assessing our students in both languages so we can monitor that English language development, even in a 90-10 program where 90% of the program is in Spanish, and traditionally we haven't been formally assessing them in English. We're starting to informally assess them because I do want to keep my eyes on that data as well. So in first grade as a district, our first graders are struggling. I know we all know this, and especially another group that has struggled statewide and across the country are English learner students, because it turns out that that face-to-face in-person contact for learning a language is crucial. And so our EL students have suffered greatly, and we're paying close attention to that and figuring out exactly what we need to do to help bridge that gap. So you can see our growth for our groups in first grade, and you can see our EL students went down a little bit from the end of kindergarten to our trimester 1 benchmark, and that's because they had to be much further along in those reading levels. And our first grade team, it has looked at that data, they've met, they have a plan, and we're implementing. So here at the bottom of the screen, you can see that in San Luis Coastal, the average growth in grade levels was 1.7, and at Pacheco it was 1.8. So I'm very pleased to see that Pacheco's on par with the district at large there. And then at the beginning of the year, we had 16 kiddos who were not reading. And at the end of trimester 1, we've got that down to 12. Next slide, please. And that's for first grade. In grades 2 through 6, these assessments were in English, but keep in mind that our instruction is in Spanish At second grade, we're at 70% instruction in Spanish. So just to highlight our second grade growth in English reading, you can see was 14%. Across the district, our growth in second grade was really high, and that gives me very strong hopes for our first grade data to see improvement. But it's really exciting to be able to see this crossover that exists in language and literacy between Spanish and English. So given enough time and the appropriate instruction, it really does work. So that's exciting growth to see, just highlighting that second grade growth in our reading assessments. You can see that across the grade levels, we're showing good growth. We have a little pocket there at fifth grade that we are addressing, and I can share our plan for that a little bit later. And then here's our disaggregated data in those important subgroups. And so you can see, especially focusing on ELs, 14% of our ELs were considered on grade level at the beginning of the year. We've bumped that up to 17. That's a growth of 3%. I'm not happy with that, keeping my eye on that and also have a plan. But need to celebrate our students with disabilities and our incredible team work around that. Also, 14% growth is wonderful. We're excited about that. And our students with disabilities are bilingual students, and many of them EL students. So it's doubly exciting. All right, I'm going to hand it over to Lisa and Nikki.
Good evening. My name is Nikki Rigi, and I'm the intervention MTSS teacher along with Lisa Stevens at Pacheco. I'm really excited to share with you the many supports that we have in place in Spanish for our. I'm going to start talking about GPR, guided. Really grateful to have the extra support to expand our guided process reading groups for all students in first through third. So this year we expanded the program to third, and we also added a GPR teacher to each class. During GPR, each student is in a small 30-minute reading group. They're instructed at their current reading level, and that's either by their classroom teacher or a bilingual aide. And then the small group students practice word work. They read, discuss, and write about the story that they read, and that's all in Spanish. And that happens 3 times a week during Reader's Workshop. For our Tier 2 interventions, like Rick and Anna shared earlier, we were fortunate to have the district support intervention program. So myself, Lisa Stevens, and our other intervention teacher, Tiffany Baldwin, are using this new program with our first and second graders. We see 25 of them. And so they're receiving a double dose of targeted reading instruction in Spanish. We also have continued our kinder intervention program. And so our preschool team and another bilingual intervention teacher push in 3 afternoons a week, and they do that double dose of targeted reading instruction for 20 kinders. This year, we're also fortunate to have increased aid time in all the classrooms. With MTSS, we have an amazing team of bilingual instructional assistants that push into the classrooms for increased student support. And then during the math block, they provide one-on-one support and small group support. Myself and Lisa Stevens have provided 2 literacy trainings for our bilingual assistants this year. And we have also worked closely with Erin Clyburn to bring additional math training to our instructional assistants here at Pacheco. We also helped in the collaboration day with the Baywood and Pacheco teachers. Finally, it's just been amazing to work with not only the MTSS team, but to work closely with Baywood so we can continue to support our dual immersion students at both sites. So thank you for all of your support. And now Lisa is going to talk about our supports in English with 2nd through 6th grade.
All right, good evening, everyone. My name is Lisa Stevens, and I'm super excited tonight to talk to you a little bit about our English support at Pacheco and also how we've connected with Baywood. We felt so lucky this year to be able to collaborate together and to really, do what's best for kids. And we really, really appreciate all the support that we've received from the district on so many different levels, and especially with this MTSS umbrella. So normally at Pacheco, the English transition kind of starts in 3rd grade. I mean, we do English instruction in K1 and 2, but we really kind of focus it right on 3rd grade and up. But when we looked at our data this year, we thought we need to start in 2nd grade. And we are so lucky that we have the support that we do to be able to offer that in 2nd grade as well. So we currently have 5 academic intervention teachers. We have 3 teachers that teach about 7 groups a day, which is incredible. It's a little workhouse machine in there with groups in and out all day long. It's incredible. And 2 others that teach about 3 to 5 groups a day. They are all credentialed teachers and they are superstars. They are amazing. They come with a wealth of literacy instructional background, and they have just been rock stars for our team. So we're so lucky to have them. When we looked at our data in 2nd through 6th in English, as Erin kind of mentioned with Baywood, there was a lot of unfinished learning that we need to do. So we currently were able to provide support when we looked at our reports for anyone who was showing some risk or high risk through our FastBridge assessments. We were able to scoop up all of those students 2nd through 6th grade in English and provide them with LLI support. So we currently have 127 students that are receiving daily LLI support. So that's a small group instruction, 3 to 4 students with a teacher for 35 minutes of targeted reading. And it's incredible. And like Carmen mentioned earlier with our 2nd graders, I mean, we're so glad we scooped them up. They showed, I think it was 14 in just T1. That was just in really 2 months of instruction with LLI. So we're really keeping our eye on data and seeing how we can support that transition to English for our dual immersion sites. We also sat down with our EL specialists and made sure that all of our Tier 1 and Tier 2 EL students are getting double dipped with her. So not only are they receiving LLI service, but they're also receiving English learning development lessons with her, both push in the classroom and some pull out as well. So they're receiving a double dip as well. And then during that time, teachers love us because then they're left with a classroom of about 12 to 14 students where they can do really, really targeted instruction. I'm sure you've heard, of our bazillion acronyms, but WIN, I love the what I need time, right? And really at Pacheco, we've focused on English language development during that time. So when we pull students for LLI, the teacher is left with a group of maybe 12 to 14 students in their classroom where they can do that really targeted language instruction time with those students that are left in their room. So we're really excited about that. We continue to do ongoing PD and coaching. This next Monday, our EL specialist is meeting with our academic intervention teachers to talk about ways to use ELD within LLI, so to kind of bridge that gap with language. So we're really excited about that. And just the extra support that teachers have in classrooms with math support and that increased bilingual aid time that Nikki said as well. The one really special nugget that I want to celebrate is when we were looking at our data from T1 of the students that received LLI versus the students that didn't receive LLI. The average growth in their reading score for those that did not receive LLI was about 5 points on their scaled score, and those that received LLI, it was about 9.25 points. So almost double the growth, those that received LLI versus those that were not receiving LLI. So already we're seeing a big jump in those students, and we're going to continue to monitor them, and we're going to continue to see those learning leaps that we know our students can do. And we're just so grateful for the support to be able to provide this for our students. So thank you so much. And I'll hand it back over to Carmen to talk about a couple other highlights at Pacheco.
Just some academic highlights here on this slide. I'll start on the top row, left, right. So in that top left-hand corner, it was exciting to bring back our awards assemblies, and our students helped set up those chairs 6 feet apart. And I think it was the coldest day of the year so far, but we survived somehow and did 2 separate assemblies. And it was just great to come together as an academic community, bilingual dual immersion community, and celebrate growth and student behaviors. And in that middle photo, you can see just a part of our small army of highly skilled bilingual instructional aides that are such a integral part of our program. Really, really special crew, and we couldn't do it without them. Our last photo that we have on the top is our first day of preschool. And we're so fortunate to have a full immersion preschool on our campus. This bilingual preschool is an intervention in and of itself. We know that the achievement gap actually starts as a vocabulary gap before age 3. And the struggles that we've had, that our families have had because of the pandemic, is absolutely living itself out in our preschool. At the beginning of the year, about half of the students were completely nonverbal. If you ever get a chance to come visit our preschool, please do. Our preschool teacher and her brand new aide are amazing. They just went to a conference. They're fired up. Love having them on site. In our bottom row at the left, we're going to our up from preschool all the way to 6th grade. And we had a visit. He's really hard to see. He's way back there in the corner, but we had a visit from Senator Laird in October. And he visited our 6th grade class, which, by the way, these kiddos were our first generation of our 90-10 program. And just to let you know, Mr. Mayfield, they did you proud. It just so happens that Senator Laird is bilingual. And so they had an impromptu Q&A in Spanish. He was delighted. The students were delighted. It was a great day. And we're taking our education outdoors as much as possible. You can see one of the things that I love about Pacheco is just the community partnerships and support. There's our firefighters coming to help us augment our lesson about community workers. And then in the last photo is a 2nd grade classroom, and every single child, it's their reading time. And these are our 2nd graders. This is toward earlier in the year, all of them reading in Spanish. And that was just really exciting to see after such a long time in virtual learning. Next slide, please. Sometimes it's interesting to hear an outsider's perspective. And so that's what I'd like to share with you tonight. One thing that really stands out to me about Pacheco is the focus on family. And I read a quote about 6 months ago that said that leadership is about tables, not platforms. And Pacheco really embodies that. So we like to talk about our family table and gathering around a table. So these are just some of the highlights. In the top left, you can see our brand new, overhauled, revived garden space. This is a few of our ELAC families partnering with our garden education specialist and our EL specialist. They came in and did a bunch of cleanup and planting, and they planted a monarch butterfly sanctuary garden. And earlier this year, we lost a former Pacheco student, Andres Candelas, and the group decided to dedicate this garden to him. The monarch is such a powerful, deeply rooted symbol in Mexican culture. And it was really exciting for me as a newcomer to come and see how a student, a young man, left such a legacy at his elementary school. In the middle, you can see another family engagement event. We had some moms come together to rehearse some of our EL students and just share a cultural celebration or revive that as well around Las Posadas. And the students actually taught the rest of their peers in assemblies what Las Posadas means, the history of it, how people celebrate, and we got to see some baile folclórico again, which was just really exciting. And bottom left, I was forewarned that I would be walking in the San Luis Obispo holiday parade. So you can see me there surrounded by students. And that was just an incredible moment to be in the middle of a group of families and then surrounded by a larger community. And it really brought to life the commitment that this community and these families have to our schools. And it was just really a privilege to be there. I love this photo in the bottom middle. This was our walk to school day, and loved it that our meeting point is Slodoko. And really love that. And quite honestly, I think Slodoko should be giving us a percentage of their sales because we're keeping them in business, but it's mutual. And our last slide over here, we called this event our family reunion, and we did it over the Labor Day weekend. It was well attended considering, and that was the hottest day of the year so far, but we had a great time. We had some food trucks come out. It was our bilingual families, our English only families. We just hung out, ate food, talked, had some games, we had some music, and it was just a great time to be together outdoors in a relaxed setting and get to know each other.
So thank you, Mrs. Wood. Appreciate that. So again, just to reinforce some of the comments that were made earlier about family connection at Baywood, growing ELAC meetings. You saw the photo there earlier. PTA holding different events, including multicultural ones. Several different groups and ways for parents to be involved. EL Family Forum we held in October. Workshop we'll hold in March. School festivities, festivals rather, excuse me, and assemblies. And you can see the list there. And then open and honest communication about everything that's happening in the school and inviting families in to communicate on the progress that we're making and the work that we're doing. At Pacheco, a large ELAC community has existed there for many years. I mentioned the PEAK program before. And you can see all the list of all the different activities that occur there every year. They're institutions really and have been happening over a long period of time with a lot of different people's involvement. And then just briefly, we are continuing to develop our secondary programs to keep in mind that these students will be heading there soon and need to be ready. You approved last year dual immersion math programs, science, and English language arts, which actually will be taught bilingually, and we'll be recruiting for those positions relatively soon. We're looking forward to this spring. That's the second bullet there. We're looking to hire a consultant to help us with the implementation of these secondary programs. We're continuing to develop our criteria for the Biliteracy Pathway Awards. Festivals are occurring at middle school. Dual language information is being pushed out via bulletins and Parent Square. And then at the high school, we do offer the bilingual seal, their seal of biliteracy to students at the high school level when they graduate.
So why don't we, kind of following what we did before, why don't we see if there are any board member questions about the Pacheco presentation? Then I'll go to the public and then we'll see if there are other board members' comments. So Evelyn, I see your hand is up. You're muted, Evelyn.
Sorry. Ms. Wood, when I heard you talk about your army of interventionists and great, support of bilingual, and I know that Baywood has the same. How were you able to? Where are we finding these people? Are these people who used to be at Pacheco and are coming back, or how can we spread the wealth to make sure that we have just this great army at both schools? And so, where are you finding? I saw this huge number.
I actually had the privilege of hiring quite a few new personnel this year, and they're coming straight from our community.
Okay.
So one of our instructional aides was an aide at Cuesta College in their ELD program. Quite a few of them are parents who started out as parent volunteers and were working as parent volunteers in Nikki's GPR program. New families also that have moved to the community. I think 2 of our academic instructional teachers are also new to the community, and just right time, right place.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Eve.
I too was going to comment on the extraordinary family atmosphere there with the cultural overlay of exchange of cultural. I have always thrived on that myself. I was a bilingual teacher for 25 years, credential, BCLAD. So I just want to say, I think you're doing a tremendous job. Everything looks so colorful and alive and vibrant, including you and all your helpers here.
Thank you.
Well, first of all, before I go to the public, Carmen, Lisa, Nikki, thank you so much. Lisa, it's good to see you again. And I'll go to the public now. This is not an action item. However, I'd like to see if there is anyone from the public that would like to address the board on this item. Seeing no one, I'll bring it back to the board. Are there any final comments? Mr. Buckman?
Thank you so much. Rick, thanks for this great in-depth presentation. It just opened your eyes. It's really good. I have a couple of general questions. So we have the 2 schools. Pacheco's been here a long time. My grandson's a student. That's kind of exciting. And we have the new schools. So the dollar amount that the district's allocating, maybe on a per student basis, or is it similar, or how are we working on that?
Similar between the 2 schools.
Yeah.
I would say there's a little more being allocated to Baywood at this time to purchase materials and implement a new program. Yeah, in terms of personnel, the numbers are still higher at Pacheco, so there are more personnel serving those students because of the higher number. But in terms of materials and purchasing of supplies and whatnot, say there's a little bit more.
There's anybody else?
No, go ahead.
Okay, thanks.
Can I speak from the
So
public?
I'm looking at the presentation, and there's a lot of stuff, and some of it may be just a different focus, but some is different. So I'm looking like GPR, group process reading, was not mentioned at one school. It was mentioned in another school. So as that occurs, is there some monitoring, something that where we can look and say, oh, well, this program's not at this school, but it really was successful?
We can't hear.
Yeah, we can't hear.
Yeah.
Hello. Chris, we can't hear. Chris?
Rick, you're muted.
We can't hear.
I think this relates to the audio issues. I emailed Mandy to see if she can address.
Yeah, we can't hear.
to fix this. I bet you heard us that time. How about now? Okay, thank you. I think we're back at it. Thank you. Mark, do you want to repeat the question or?
I'm not sure which one. So
Okay.
for me, it's just great to hear that LLI is so successful. And it just makes me hope that someday we can actually bring it down 3-on-1 and every kid progresses at wherever they are. And I appreciate your answer, Rick, that we're bringing it down to 15. And that's an amazing number considering how large class size is in the state of California. So I also want to just thank everybody for participating in CABE. I've had the pleasure of being there and it is an amazing conference, just amazing. Thanks, everybody.
Marilyn.
Thank you. I wanted to, a comment was I noticed how large the ELAC group was at Baywood. And I think that's terrific. There has been a large ELAC at Pacheco for a long time, but I'm really impressed that number of parents showed up at Baywood, and I hope they can continue to grow their ELAC because it's so important. And then the other thing, and frankly, there's a lot of information to digest in here. So I can't recall if it was at Baywood or if it was at Pacheco, where under everyone who's involved, volunteers were noted. Was that Baywood?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Was it? Okay. And I'm wondering how, in the time of COVID, how are we working with volunteers? And then just generally speaking, how can volunteers, community volunteers or parent volunteers be beneficial to the bilingual program? Anybody who wants to answer.
Well, I would say that we're working with volunteers on a limited basis. Classrooms are limited to the numbers that they can have of volunteers within the classroom. And they go through the normal vetting process for volunteers, to enter into a classroom. And hopefully that will increase as time goes on. These programs both attract people who are interested in language learning. And so you get people who come and show up and say, hey, I would love to be involved in this program, or family members, extended family members. One of the things that Bernardo and I talked about as we walked around Pacheco is how many connections there were, how many staff members there were who started out as parents, became volunteers, became aides, and then even went on to get their credential and become teachers. There are several at Pacheco. So growing your own is something that occurs and will occur at both of these schools over time.
So when you have volunteers, and if they're bilingual, or if they're Spanish only speakers, they can be utilized in the classroom working with students, not just preparing consumables and what have you.
Yeah.
Okay.
We want to put them to work with kids. Absolutely.
That's awesome. Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Frame.
Mrs. Rogers, question about comment about the ELAC spurred a question. And one of the things I was wondering, Mr. Mayfield, do we, since we have EL specialists across, and we have, some are new and some are not, do we have some kind of like onboarding handbook that kind of helps guide, kind of like a template for ELACs and, ideas and things that we can hand to, our new, personnel, because it's kind of a big job. It's really, as Mrs. Rogers was mentioning, quite important. So I was wondering, do we have that we're handing out to our new EL specialists to assist them?
That is a topic of discussion. And there are some basic training presentations that are given in terms of things that can be covered at ELAC, how to recruit. Baywood was very intentional about recruiting parents to come to that meeting in person, and the numbers reflected that effort, as it does at Pacheco as well.
Well, I guess my comment is because, those things that they're doing are successful, and, sometimes, keeping a record of them or whatever, then it perhaps can help cite that it maybe is having some difficulty or just some kind of because it's, as Mrs. Rogers says, it's such an important, vital part for our parents to be communicating whatever success we are having at wherever school. That's just my only comment because, you know, it's something to be celebrated. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on just a second. Ms. Dawson, did the person you identified, did they have their hand up for a comment? Okay, we have a question, I believe, from Andrew Bingham. Andrew, your 3 minutes is beginning now.
Yeah, let me see here. No, I would just say the support offered to Baywood is inspiring and should be applauded. Superintendent mentioned giving almost carte blanche for acquiring funds for the program's success. As we pour support into Baywood, does this same carte blanche policy apply to other areas that are struggling as a result of learning loss from COVID? I would hope so. We're certainly not seeing that kind of support where we've requested it at Monarch, and we're seeing a lot of behavioral issues. Second point, COVID no doubt wreaked havoc on the success of dual immersion at Baywood, despite the heroic efforts of these teachers and administrators. But I'm concerned the comments saying, well, this is a COVID issue is too easy of a way to sidestep from accountability on the district's part. Even before COVID, there were dire warning signs that the district had not taken the appropriate steps to set up the program at Baywood in a way that would ensure its success. In light of tonight's data, to continue on in this direction at the expense of these first groups of test students is deeply unethical. I will remind you that before the district replaced Baywood's prior traditional program with a 90-10 immersion program, the parents on the coast, almost to a person, all expressed a sincere desire and increased language opportunities for all students. What they got from the district instead was a dual immersion program with a capped enrollment, a lottery system for access, and a sweet equity label that provided no such thing for any of the families, especially the EL families who have struggled long before COVID to meet California standards for English literacy, including at Pacheco. You had that data long before tonight, even before COVID, and you chose not to share that with the public in any of the meetings when the public was deciding whether or not to establish a dual immersion program at Baywood. You buried the most important data. To continue on is extremely unethical. As a reminder, for years, the district has failed in its most basic responsibility as well to provide all the parents in the district with notice and opportunities to request language programs in their home site. It's time for a major course correction, not only for the sake of the students struggling at Pacheco and Baywood, but also to get the district in line with its requirement to provide language opportunities at all sites where parents express interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bingham. Are there any other board comments? Okay, it's 9 o'clock. I suspect the next agenda item will be lengthy as well. So I'm going to suggest that we take a 5-minute break right now, and we'll resume at about, I'm trying to see the clock, at about 8 minutes after 9. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe they did that on purpose, or maybe it was something on my end.
Get started again. Okay. Item number 11.02, Student Achievement Assessment Update. And again, this is a discussion item. This is not an action item. Mr. Mayfield, would you like to begin?
Yes, thank you. As you know, data presented to the board has been interrupted by COVID. We did not assess the Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium or SBAC assessments last school year, the previous school year, 2019. However, the state did allow us to administer the test this last year. It took a long time. Normally, these results are in front of you in October, even September in past years, but it was late December before the state of California certified the data and allowed it to be released for public viewing.
Can you hold on just a second? I've been asked to remind everybody who's watching the meeting on Zoom to please mute your microphones. Apparently there's a little bit of trouble hearing what's going on, and that people are aware of background noise. So please, if you're watching us on Zoom, if you would mute yourself, we would really appreciate it. Thank you. Sorry, Rick.
So tonight and over the course of the next 3 meetings, tonight and the next 2 in February, we'll be presenting the board with different data points on student achievement. Tonight's report is on the California Assessment of Student Performance, the CASP or SBAC, as I mentioned earlier. And over the next 2, we'll talk about elementary benchmark assessments and secondary benchmark assessments, in addition to an MTSS presentation. Smarter Balanced Assessments, as you know, are in English Language Arts and Math. They're for grades 3 through 8 and grade 11 only in high school. The California Science Test or CAST is grades 5 and 8, and then grade 11 in high school. These are aligned to the California state standards, and then they're computer adapted, which means they adjust as students answer the question. The levels the percentages that you'll see tonight will only be the number of students who either met standard 3 or exceeded standard 4 on these assessments. So the percentages represent those students who met or exceeded the standard. The state of California issued a booklet on guidance of how to interpret the results. It was quite interesting to read, and they had several warnings, I guess you'd say, about interpreting this data and how different it is from last year versus a normal year. So CTE, the California Department of Education, allowed districts to use local assessments in lieu of the SBAC. However, we opted, after long conversations and talking about the strengths and drawbacks of administering the test, we opted to administer the SBAC in ELA and math and in science. We were the only district in our county to do so with all the grade levels. Some other districts did some administration at perhaps one particular grade level, but no one did it at all different grade levels. Some remote administration allowed students to participate in the test, and they were monitored via webcam during the assessment when not in person. As a district, we had over 91% completion rate, or participation rate really. And then the ELA and math assessments were reduced in length to reduce testing time, but it did not impact the standards that were covered in the assessment. And then this will continue, thankfully, moving forward. The CDE cautions that direct comparisons to previous years is not advisable. In addition, they state that there was a lower and an uneven participation rate, not only amongst school districts, but within a school district, different levels of participation. Certain students opted out. Certain districts had students on distance learning and elected not to do remote assessment. And so the participation rates were all over the place. And we do not have the data, all of the data on exactly who participated. So it's difficult to make comparisons from previous years. And then districts are expected this coming spring to administer the CASP for this particular school year. And that generally takes place late April through the end of the year. This graph here shows, or this table here shows the participation rate for all of our different schools. The state suspended the normal 95% participation threshold that they expect schools to be at, knowing that there were different problems and reasons why participation rates would fluctuate. At the high school level, you'll recall that about 60% of the students were in person and about 40% roughly overall of the students remained in distance learning. And so the students who were assessed had to come back from after their instructional day to take the test in the multi-purpose room or the gymnasium.
I think Mrs. Frame has a question for you right now.
Please.
Evelyn, you're muted.
Mr. Mayfield, this is just for my edification and for the public. Could you give what CAST stands for and PGE?
Yeah, CAST is the California Science Test.
Oh, okay, sorry. And PGE?
It's just the number of students who
Okay,
took the
percentage.
assessment.
Okay, got it. Percentage. Okay, got it. Thank you.
In English language arts, the statewide results are there in yellow. San Luis Coastal results from 2018 in blue. And you can see that obviously we took a dip. We didn't administer the test in 2020. No one did statewide. And then the 2021 results are there with San Luis Coastal in blue and state results in yellow. This is again the percentage of students at level 3 and 4 in English language arts. If we look at our subgroups, all students were at a 59% rate. Non-socioeconomically disadvantaged students at 72%. Socioeconomically disadvantaged students at 37%. English learners at 9%. Students who were once English learners but reclassified as functional English proficient at 54%, and students with disabilities at 23%. This set of graphs here shows those subgroups over time. So from 2018-19, again, we skipped 2020 and then 2021. The most recent year on the left-hand side of the column, and moving back in years towards the right. And you can see that all subgroups decline. Students with disabilities maintained very close to their level of achievement. I believe many of those students were in-person learning all during last year, especially the special ed classes. If we look at a four-year comparison by school site, again, this is in English language arts, percentage of students who met or exceeded the standard by school site. In mathematics, a similar story. Our achievement has traditionally been significantly higher than the state, and that's certainly the case here. The green block being San Luis Coastal math scores, and the yellow block the state scores. If we look at our subgroup comparison, 50% for all students, non-socioeconomically disadvantaged, 62. Socioeconomically disadvantaged at 29, English learner at 10, a redesignated functional English proficient at 41, and students with disabilities at 23%. Subgroups over the last 3 years, and again, students with disabilities maintained or even increased from 3 years ago their scores, but the rest of the subgroups dropped. In terms of math, as a comparison by site, you'll see again here the last 4 years. 2020 was not assessed, but there's the last 4 years of assessment data by site for math scores of students who met or exceeded standard. And then on the science test, the California science test, all students were at 42% proficient or met standard, 38% at grade 5, 49 at grade 8, and 40% at grade 11 in high school. By subgroup, all students non-socioeconomically disadvantaged, socioeconomically disadvantaged, English learner, redesignated, and students with disabilities. The CAST was given for the very first time in 2019. Well, it was given in 2018 as a pilot, but the results were not published by the state. It was a test of the initial California science test. So the very first results we had in 2018. And then you'll see a 2-year comparison of science results by site. You know, it's hard to, you look at some of these numbers that really stand out, and it's hard to know exactly what happened. Why some jumped up a couple of percentage points while other schools
Okay. Before we go to the board, is there anybody from the public that would like to address us on this item? And Mrs. Dawson, could you let me know who that is? Mr. Bingham,
Yeah, can you guys?
your
hear me?
3 minutes is beginning now.
Hello.
Sorry.
I'm just trying to determine if you guys can hear me.
Yes.
I was told that in my last comment on the last issue, none of the parents could not hear me. Was I muted so that the parents could not hear me when I made my comment over the last issue? Did you hear my last comment over the previous issue?
I'm not aware of parents not being able to hear you. I know that the board heard you.
Okay.
So I can't answer that question, but do you have another comment that you'd like to make right now?
Not over this, but I am concerned if I was muted so that other parents couldn't hear me over the last thing. I had parents listening in and they said it was silent for 3 minutes.
Mr. Bingham, I can hear you.
You would never have been muted from here. At least that's we would never purposely mute someone. So could you stop the clock for just a minute, please, because we're using up his time?
Yeah.
Thank you. Mrs. Frame, were you able to hear Mr. Bingham's comments? Yes, you were before? Okay. And you're also on Zoom, right? Yes.
Yeah, I mean, just
Okay,
let me
thank you.
press with it. Yeah, I was just, if he's spoken one time, that's what I've heard. I've heard the one comment or his 3 minutes. Yes, I heard that.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And Mrs. Frame was on Zoom just as if she were a participant from the public as well. So I'm going to assume that your comments were heard by other people. You were absolutely not muted from this end. So
Great.
if you'd like to
Just
continue, please do. You have about 2 minutes left.
That's all. No. That's all. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody else from the public? Okay. Oh, Mrs. Egan, sorry.
I wanted to say that I could hear Mr. Bingham's comments from the previous time that he spoke.
Okay. Thank you, Lena. Do you have any other comments that you'd like to make?
Nope.
I guess not. Okay. So I'll bring it back to the board for questions for Mr. Mayfield. Mrs. Sheffer.
Thank you. It's my understanding that not all, as you discussed early on, not all schools tested, took the SBAC as we chose to. Are you aware, I'd be curious to know if there are, I know that we generally look at other schools in the county. I don't know if other schools in the county tested, but I'm curious about like schools, similar schools to ours, if you know of any in the state, because I'm really curious, not surprisingly, we're witnessing learning loss or unfinished learning, whatever the term du jour may be. But I'd be really curious to see, I feel like I'm looking at this information not in a vacuum because I feel that I have a deep understanding of our district. But I'd be very curious to know what similar schools to ours who chose to take the test, what their results look like. Do you know if you'd be able to gather any information like that?
The difficulty would be the students who elected to participate at that other school district or who were able to participate at the other school district. So we'd have to look at the demographics. Like we can look at the raw demographics of another school district and determine that they relatively closely match ours and compare those results, but we don't know who elected to take the test at that particular school district.
But do we ever know that?
Well, in general, we know that it's 95% or higher participation rate because that's a state minimum, and those results are reported. And I think, as you saw from the graph on the participation rates here, our elementaries were generally high, our secondaries fluctuated.
Right.
somewhat.
And it's my understanding that even those that, I'm also concerned about, now I don't know whether this is a valid concern or not, but about the quality of the data we're receiving for a couple of reasons. You and I talked about one this morning with Del Mar Science, which makes no sense and the fact that it took, sort of looking at Dr. Prater, because we had talked about this, it took the state so long to get us the results at all. And I'm just curious about the veracity or just the, how, if they had faced challenges in accumulating and aggregating and disaggregating the data. And I guess we don't have a way of knowing that really, but
They didn't go into any detail in any of the documentation that I reviewed as to why there was such a lengthy delay or what the difficulties were.
okay. All right. Well, I would be curious at some point if and I know this is it was such a funny year, but if there's any way to gather data from similar schools
We can look into
or districts.
Yeah, I would be interested as well to look at districts similar or like districts. And then we could dig in and do a sort of a comparative analysis. The spirit of this evening's presentation is to be transparent. The spirit behind this is to acknowledge that we are educating students right now who really had a hard time.
And that was the spirit behind deciding to gather this data at all.
Yeah. It was a long, as Mr. Mayfield said, it was a robust discussion among our staff as to whether or not we were going to assess our kids. My feeling is this data may not make great sense right now in terms of why we would even look at assessment data in the first place. And hopefully we look at assessment data to narrow down our focus so that we know where to put our energies. And because we're one of very few districts that really applied ourselves to this, it makes it feel like we're in a vacuum. But with that said, and the reason we're going to present data presentations to the board over the next 3 meetings has a lot to do with our interest in being fully transparent with you and trying to solve or crack the riddle of addressing the learning loss, the unfinished learning of our kids, and really help our teachers and our principals find the best ways to focus the resources and the support we've given them so that they're more strategic in how they're working day to day with kids. So this is a difficult presentation for us to give. We recognize that this is no surprise to us. We knew you can't be on a lockdown environment for a year and some change and expect students to thrive. And we know this. With that said, the science data, the California science test, we're going to have to do a better job of really backward mapping what it is that our kids are being asked to do, and elementary through high school. And so we will work on that. And this will help us do that because we can identify. When I look at some of these results, it tells me that science instruction was put to the side while we were doing probably other content areas like literacy and math and small group instruction to try to make sure kids completely didn't fall off the rails. So we have some work to do, and we're going to do it. The great news is our staff, our principals, our teachers, our support staff recognize that we have these challenges in front of us, and just like Douglas Fisher said to us in the beginning of the year, it's really important for this effort not to be about criticism or pointing fingers or putting unnecessary and unfair pressure on our educators, as opposed to saying, Let's solve this.
It's
Whatever it
information.
takes, let's solve it. And that's what we're trying to do here. So I appreciate Mr. Mayfield getting up here and presenting. This is not easy, but it's honest. And that's what we're trying to be with you and with the public. So from here, I can promise you, we're going to roll up our sleeves and keep trying. And that's what tonight is all about.
Thank you.
So Evelyn and then Marilyn and then Mark.
Well, Mr. Mayfield.
Evelyn, you're muted again.
Am I muted now?
No.
So what I really wanted to say, Mr. Mayfield, is this really confirms why our teachers and staff are so exhausted, because these challenges are huge. And I think it's really important that we have an understanding of that. The second thing I think that's important about this information is it informs where dollars need to go, and all that support that we're needing to provide for our teachers. It's really important. This is why. Two things I do have a question is I know we'll be getting it's upcoming. We'll be getting a LCAP presentation, but in looking at the data, we have the unduplicated subgroups that we are struggling. So I know that LCAP, we're dedicating money to that, but there's are we looking to not only look at those, continue to target unduplicated students that are, that we need to in the LCAP, but also some of the sites that we, have really, they've had challenges before, but they have even greater challenges that we actually designate sites with even greater sources. Do we have thoughts about that, or ways to look at that, or what's our thinking?
The thinking is that the data will drive the decisions that we make, and where we see the need, the resources will go. And we absolutely provide more personnel if that's necessary at a particular site, if they're struggling. And we do that every LCAP cycle, and we'll do it again this LCAP cycle. So we'll take a look at the data, what it's showing us, where the students are struggling. And then, as Dr. Prater said, we'll roll up our sleeves and make sure that they get the support they need, the training they need, whatever it is that school particularly needs to make progress and show growth.
Thank you.
Okay. Marilyn.
Thank you. Mr. Mayfield, I really appreciate that you brought this forward tonight, and I understand, I think, how hard it must have been, because there's nothing to applaud in this data. And I think that we all probably lined up to call you today. I know I did, to say this, this is deeply disturbing. But we knew that we had learning loss. We just didn't know the extent of it. And I don't know that this really tells us if this is really believable. I mean, because the caveats that the state presented with the data were, don't take this too seriously, don't take it to the bank, So we know that we have a lot of work to do, and we're prepared to do it. And I feel for our teachers, I really do. I think they're just working as hard as they can, and they must feel like they're shoveling against the tide. So I want to totally support them to, I want them to know that they are supported by us in their efforts, and that we don't expect them to be miracle workers, that we would like their best effort, and we think they're putting that forward. So this is information to be taken maybe with a bit of a grain of salt, but it confirms what we already knew. So we just, we just have to keep marching. I was so distressed when I called you, but I feel much better after having spoken to you and gotten some clarification on things. And with the understanding that, some of the students took this test in person. Some of them took it virtually, and they may have been students who are already struggling with virtual learning. And then taking it an important test that way in that format may have influenced their results.
Correct.
And where we didn't, at the 11th grade, as you explained to me, we didn't get the highest participation rate because really what was in it for 11th grade students? This was a test that didn't affect their college eligibility. It didn't really affect them. So how were they incentivized to take the test?
That's exactly right. We also had the highest number of parents opt their students out at San Luis Obispo High School. And as I mentioned earlier, about 40% of the student body was on distance learning. And the test was only administered at least at SLO High in person. And those students who took it had to come back after their regular instructional day to participate in the assessments in the afternoon. So it cut down on the number.
That would,
the other
yeah.
things that you mentioned cut down on the number of students who left.
So, I mean, I appreciate the transparency of presenting this information. I really do. It's painful to see, but we, it's onward and upward, hopefully. And, thank you for the presentation.
Mark. Rick, thanks. I mentioned to you as personally as I took my break earlier, but to stand up this long, I'm not sure I could stand up on my 2 feet this long. But it's really good to see the data. It's really honest, and I thank you. And I think within this, I think there's a place for congratulations, and that's 91% taking the SBAC, and that's amazing. And I appreciate the spirit of this, that the data drives where we need to go in our effort. So I just need you to remind me, so the data here appears again to be offered as the combining the top 2 tiers.
Correct.
Okay. And
percentages are of the students who met the standard or exceeded the standard.
Yeah. And so for me, I'm still trying to grapple with why we're not looking at the other two tiers.
Well, typically in a year, a teacher will receive a printout of all the students in his or her class with all of the scores, and it even breaks it down into, the subgroups of language arts and
right.
the subgroups of math. So they'll have a very detailed report from SBAC. But this is how we present the data at the board level. We can't obviously go into individual student data, but teachers get individual student data.
Right. Okay. So maybe I can come in and we'll sit down and just look at those other 2 subgroups. Somewhere within this, and I'm sorry, I looked at this on Sunday, but there was a statement, the ELA and math assessments were reduced in length to reduce the testing time. And it did not affect the standards assessed. So my question then, and I think it said something about if this will continue moving forward.
Yes.
Okay, so help me understand what moving forward means. So all the kids are back in school, nobody's coming after school. We're still going to reduce?
Correct. We'll
okay.
still have a reduced test.
Okay, so can you explain to me?
Where they asked 4 or 5 questions around a particular standard,
yeah,
they'll reduce that number so that the standard is still covered on the assessment, but the number of questions has been reduced in time. And then I believe they also reduced the task that students had to do within a classroom. Those 2 things were the biggest things that they pulled back.
Okay, and I totally get it during this time, especially when the students aren't, but it said this will continue moving forward. So all the kids are back, everything's the way it was. We're still going to do this reduction.
The state is still.
The state is.
The state is absolutely still
okay.
Pushing out this reduced.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought it was a district choice. Okay, sorry. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. And I think that, so the other question I had, and it probably is an anomaly because of the situation this year, but in the data presented on slide 10, 15, and 19, I also, there's a couple of schools where it looked pretty sad. But I also looked at the feeder schools, and the feeder schools looked pretty good. So Morro Bay High School also had a similar situation where the kids had to decide whether to take it. And okay, all right, great. I really, again, I'm just going to echo everybody else. This is great data. It's not great feeling, but it's good data, and I'm glad to see it.
Evelyn,
I just wanted to.
you're still muted.
I'm not muted now, according to. Am I muted?
Yes, you are.
Still? Because my
Muted. No, we're hearing you loud and clear.
Okay. Well, I wanted to make a comment regarding Mr. Buckman's about the reduced SBAC testing. If I'm not correct, Mr. Mayfield, having the same test and having it reduced allows for, I mean, of course, it depends on how valid the data is, but that we can, compare, right now, year to year, if we were to give the test as we normally have that, the state was giving the longer version, then it would be difficult to really look at, the data, because you really wouldn't necessarily, you'd have two different types of tests. And I think the other thing is it does take a long time. It is an instructional kind of issue. And so in my mind, if the standards are kind of covered, it's can be a relief for our teachers and for our students. So that's my comment.
Thank you. Mark, you had another, and then Eve.
So Evelyn, thank you for that. I appreciate it. It's just from where I'm coming from, the more data, the better where we can put our resources. So I appreciate that. Rick, the other question that I had is, I'm wondering whether we could also look within the district, if we can disaggregate, how are the AVID students doing? So some kind of new subgroups. How are students that experienced LLI, how are they doing? Because we're putting a lot of money into those programs, and maybe they're not working for us. Maybe they are. And we have some other programs that we've done across the district. So I'm just throwing it out as a possibility. I'm not, but it may give us some interesting clues as to the programs that we're doing. So a new set of subgroups, rather than based on race and income and all of that. Let's look where our programs are.
Yeah, I think you'll see some of those results in the benchmark data that we'll be bringing to you in February.
Thank you so much.
Okay,
So
Eve.
mine's in regard to Mrs. Frame's comment about that if we use a shortened version, then if you can't compare it to the longer version. If I'm quoting you right, I'm not sure. Well, I remember seeing as I looked at this that we're not supposed. They're advising not to compare between years at all. The tests. Is that right?
This particular year, they didn't mention it because of the shortened version of the test. They said because of the inconsistent participation rates.
Oh, because of that? I thought it was some other reason. No.
And I'll look into that, but I believe.
I thought it was on here
I
somewhere.
believe it's a regular, a regular year of administering the SBAC coming up. And I didn't see anything specific to the shortened test as to why we shouldn't compare results. It was the participation rate primarily.
Thanks. Clarification.
Okay, any other board comments? I guess my fellow board members have pretty much said everything that I could possibly say. I would like to just recognize the district for being brave enough to go ahead and give this test, because I know it was a difficult decision. And I think everybody recognizes that even at the time we decided to go ahead and administer it, that we would see unfinished learning loss, whatever we want to say, whatever we want to call it. But that in our efforts to document where our students are against something that, even though, as we know, the comparisons are not supposed to be made, they're going to be made. For us to have that baseline data for us to be able to look at that and then be able to say, as we sort of been talking about, we've got all these interventions, we're doing our MTSS. Is it working? What's working? This is one way we can look at that, along with the fast bridge, along with the benchmark assessments, all those things. So I want to say that I think that it was a brave step for the district to do this. And then I appreciate that we're not whitewashing this data, that we're talking about this data, that we're seeing this data. And I think this is an apt time for us to do it because we will be talking about our LCAP very soon. And are we using our LCAP money in the right way? So these are all important conversations. And again, I want to thank everybody for that. I think we need to move on to 11.03. This is an action item. It's the initial proposal of the California School Employees Association for negotiations with the district. Mr. Block, thank you for enduring.
Sorry. The first item here is the board is being asked to receive the initial proposal of the California School Employees Association.
Right. And so my understanding of this is what, on this particular item, what we'll be voting on is whether to accept this or not. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is there anybody from the public that would like to address the board on this item? Seeing no one, I'll bring it back to the board. What we'd be looking for is a motion to accept the proposal from CSEA.
As the board's representative to CSEA, I'd like to make the motion to accept this.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Buckman, a second by Mrs. Roger. Is there any further comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back for a vote. Mr. Buckman? Yes. Ms. Roger? Ms. Dobler-Drew?
Yes.
Mrs. Frame?
Yes.
Mrs. Sheffer? And I'm a yes. And Catherine, is Mrs. Dr. Eisendrath Rogers still here? Okay. Okay, Mr. Block, do you want to go on to 11.04, please?
Yes, that's the initial proposal of the Board of Education for negotiations with the California School Employees Association. And again, following discussion, staff recommends that the board adopt the district's initial proposal for negotiations with CSEA.
Thank you. Is there anybody from the public that would like to address the board on this item? Yes, I'm sorry, Mrs. Roger. Oh, sure.
Yep.
This one is ours to them, right?
But this is 11.04. I think you're down on 11.
Did I say 11.0?
But this is.
No, we're doing the CSEA proposal to us, and then we're approving our proposal to them. Oh, no problem. So 11.04, which is the district's proposal to CSEA, and the district is recommending that we adopt that the board adopt the district's initial proposal. Mark, are you going to?
Yeah, I'd like to, again, since I'm involved in the CSEA negotiations, I'd like to make this motion as well.
Okay, would like to second this? Second by Mrs. Sheffer. Okay, any further comments from board members?
Just about the Juneteenth.
Oh.
That's kind of outside of regular workout. Calendar year, is it not, for most of the employees?
Mr. Block, would you?
Yeah, you're correct. It is outside for most employees, but we got a formal letter from this bargaining group to negotiate it.
Mm-hmm.
So we knew that it was going to be on, so that's why it's included in this agenda item.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, Mr. Buckman? Sheffer, Mrs. Roger, Mrs. Frame,
Yes.
Mrs. Dobler-Drew, Ms. Dobler-Drew,
Yes.
and I'm a yes. Okay, 11.05, initial proposal. Now, this one says of the board of, so this is our proposal to SEIU. Is that correct?
Correct. They were in
Okay.
a different order this time.
Okay. So this is the district's proposal to SEIU. Is there anyone from the public that would like to address the board on this item? Seeing no one, I'll bring it back to the board. Is there any further discussion? Would someone like to make that motion? Moved by Mrs. Roger. Someone like to second it?
A second.
I'd like to second it. I'd also like to recognize that Marilyn for a long time has been our representative to this negotiations.
Okay. Let's see, Evelyn, am I missing you? Am I ignoring you? And if I am, I'm sorry.
No, we're good. We're
Okay,
good.
I'm sorry. So Mrs. Roger, Mr. Buckman, Mrs. Frame,
Yes.
Ms. Dobler-Drew,
Yes.
Mrs. Sheffer, and I'm a yes. Motion carries 6-0. 11.06, which is the SEIU's proposal, sunshine proposal to the district. The vote would be to accept their initial proposal. Is there anyone from the public that would like to address the board on this item? No. Mrs. Frame, would you like to make that motion?
Yes. Yes, I'd like to propose that we accept the initial proposal of the SEIU. Somebody's been watching. 11.06.
Okay, we have a motion for 11.06. Who would like to second by Mrs. Sheffer? I'm sorry. Let's see. Is there any further board discussion? Seeing none. Mrs. Frame,
Yes.
Mrs. Sheffer. I'm a yes. Mrs. Roger, Ms. Dobler-Drew,
Yes.
Mr. Buckman.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0. 11.07, which is the initial proposal of the Board of Education and the district for negotiations with the San Luis Coastal Teachers Association. So this is the board's proposal for the sunshine of negotiations with the SLCTA.
I'd like to make that motion.
Okay, it's motion by Mrs. Sheffer. Someone like to second that? Second by Mrs. Roger. Okay, is there any further, did I go to, I haven't gone to the public yet, I don't think. Is there anybody from the public that would like to address the board? No. Okay. Any further board discussion? Okay. Mrs. Sheffer? Mrs. Roger? Mr. Buckman?
Yes.
Mrs. Frame?
Yes.
Ms. Dobler-Drew?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Motion carries 6-0. 11.08 is acceptance of the SLCTA proposal, their sunshine proposal for the negotiations with the district. Is there anybody from the public that would like to address the board on this item? Okay, seeing no one, I'll bring it back to the board. Would someone like to second this one? Mr. Buckman, looks like you. To make the motion to accept this.
Sorry.
I'm
Yes,
sorry.
I would love to.
Okay.
I was
Sorry.
scratching my head, but
Ms.
that's good.
Dobler-Drew, would you like to second this by any chance?
Yes.
Okay,
We're getting punctured.
a little bit, it's getting late. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. Mr. Buckman,
Yes.
Ms. Dobler-Drew,
Yes.
Ms. Frame,
Yes.
Mrs. Roger, Mrs. Sheffer. And I'm a yes, motion carries 6-0. Move to item number 11.09, proposed revision to board policy 3530, risk management. This is a first reading. Mrs. Frost.
Yes, thank you very much. Risk management and insurance. The changes are an annual review of our coverage, so a required annual review and provision of safety-related training and protective equipment as necessary. And again, this is an annual review. I recommend that it does come back for a second reading.
Is there anyone from the public that would like to address the board on this item? Seeing no one, I'll bring it back to the board. Is it the board's consensus that we bring it back for a second reading? Everybody good with that? Okay, we'll bring this back for a second reading. 11.10, proposed new board policy 6152.1, placement on mathematics courses. This is also a first reading.
Very good, thank you. This is a new policy. There are a couple of requirements here that we must offer a sequence of math courses that may lead to UC and CSU admission. We have to develop protocols for those placements, and there has to be uniform implementation of the protocols, really looking at discriminatory practices and making sure that those aren't in place. I do recommend that we bring this back for a second reading.
Okay, is there anybody from the public that would like to address us on this? No. Is the consensus of the board to, oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Frame. Thank you.
I don't know who's watching me, but thank you. Mrs. Frost, I have a quick question. When I looked at the, the placement protocols for at least one reevaluation, what I was curious, are we looking at it being a two-way evaluation? The way I read this is that if somebody perhaps is, I don't know, overplaced or something, are we in a math class and then there's this evaluation, but could it also be utilized for a student who following protocols or our procedures didn't, but we make it into a class, but then we do a reevaluation and they can, I guess what I'm asking for, does this policy, will we be looking at it from both points of view? How does that look?
So when you say both points of view, you're talking about students who are in an accelerated class and may need to move down, and those children who are in a lower class and may need to go into an accelerated class because they're ready for more challenge. Yes, we would look at it in both directions.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
Okay.
And the other thing I do a quick question is, and this is not really protocol for a policy, but how, since it is a new policy, will in the future, after we've had it in place, we'll receive updates as, how it's being utilized? Because as you said, we're trying to follow per our California universities and our UC systems, and also have non-discriminatory practices. So are you looking at some point to after this practice to update kind of how it's working?
Yes, definitely we would update the board, and that's data we're looking at. Who are our students? How do we ensure that more children qualify for them, that type of thing?
Thank you so much. I appreciate this.
And I just want to add, I believe that this is an equity issue. This is something that was brought up actually several years ago with CSBA when I was serving on the board of directors there. I'm glad to see that we're actually memorializing this process. I think it's really important. And I would just share a short story from a friend of mine, an African-American gentleman whose 8th grade son was actually misplaced in math primarily because he was an African-American child. And this is exactly the kind of thing that we're trying to prevent, and we should be trying to prevent. So I look forward to, I'm assuming we want to bring this back for a second reading. Is everybody good with that? Okay, we'll bring this back for a second reading. Thank you very much. Let's go to our action consent agenda. Let me know if you want to pull something. 11.0.
I have one.
I'm sorry, what?
1203.
Hold on, wait till I get there.
Oh, sorry.
12.01, acceptance of donations. Okay. 12.02, approval of certificated and classified personnel items, and I'd like that pulled. 12.03, and that was something, Eve, you wanted pulled. Did you say that?
Yes.
12.04, approval of minutes, November 9th. 12.05, approval of minutes, December 9th. 12.06, approval of minutes, December 14th. 12.07, approval of minutes, December 21st. 12.08, approval of minutes, January 13th, 2022. 12.09, approval of purchase orders and CalCard purchases. 12.10, approval of warrants and payroll. 12.11, approval of quarterly report on uniform complaint filings, the Williams settlement. 12.12, authorizing continued use of remote teleconferencing provisions pursuant to AB 361 and Government Code Section 54953. 12.13, proposed revision to Board Policy 0420, school plans, site council, second reading.
Yes, I'd like to have it
And
pulled.
that was 12.13.
Mm-hmm.
And 12.14, proposed revisions to Board Policy 3550, food services, child nutrition program. Okay, so let's, would someone like to make a motion to approve 12.01, 12.04, 12.05, 12.06, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 14. So moved by Mrs. Sheffer. Who'd like to second that? Evelyn, Mrs. Frame. I know, I'm getting too multitask. Let's see, I need to do this as a roll call. Sorry. Mrs. Sheffer. Mrs. Frame.
Yes.
Mrs. Roger. Ms. Dobler-Drew.
Yes.
Mr. Buckman.
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Okay. Hold on just a minute. Let me get to 12.03. 12.03. There were a couple of things. I'm sorry, 12.02 is mine. Just a couple of things I wanted to draw people's attention to, although we already spoke about Mrs. Sharp and how much we're going to miss her. There are a couple of teacher retirements here that I'd like to acknowledge as well. A longtime teacher at Laguna Middle School, Terry Norlock, is retiring, and she's been a district teacher for a number of years, and she will be missed. And then Vicki Worley from Teach School is going to be retiring actually, I believe at the end of this month. Mrs. Worley has also been a strong teacher for a long time with the district. I've known Mrs. Worley for a number of years, and I just want to congratulate both of them and wish them both well on behalf of the district. Yeah, of course.
You know, when I was going through this, I'm always impressed by our educators who find ways to come back to us in some way or another. And when I was going through these, I noticed the name of Val Wright, who is a longtime teacher in our district and also serves as a trustee in Cayucas and has returned to teach, to be a basketball coach, as well as he's doing supervision up at Coast High School. You know, he just can't get away from this profession, and I have such respect for the way he continues. He just wants to piece this together and keep not a hand in, but two hands in both feet. I think he just wants to keep contributing to kids, and I really appreciate that.
Mrs. Roger.
Well, as long as we're acknowledging people, when I went through this, I noticed that William Walters, a very talented special educator who retired several years ago, is back with us as a certificated substitute. And I was really happy to see that because he was a very valuable employee and can certainly be put to good use. Thank you.
And I guess since we're doing this, there are two teachers who are going on unpaid leave who I'd like to acknowledge as well. One is Emily King, who is a 5th grade teacher at Bishop's Peak. Her husband received a phenomenal job offer down in the San Diego area, and so she's joining him down there. I know she will be tremendously missed at Bishop's Peak. And then I just want to congratulate Erica Swadner, one of our speech and language pathologists, Erica Mulgrew, who had a baby in October. And so she's taking an unpaid leave as well. So I'll go ahead and make that motion for
Chris,
12.
can I just?
Absolutely, Mark. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I don't know if Dan's left. Oh, hi. So Dan and I talked about this earlier, but I looked at the leave, the leaves with unpaid, and it made me think about whether I've heard of other leaves that are being granted and have happened in the district. So I'm just wondering whether we're seeing an increase of leaves of absence, or is this normal? And not just this agenda item here, because it's also shown up in prior meetings. So, and I guess where I'm getting at is COVID just wiping our staff out? Is this a way of relieving?
I do think there is an impact of COVID on some of these leaves. As was just mentioned, Emily King leaving some of these job opportunities for some of our employees. We've had a few spouses, another name there, Tanisha Lewis, her spouse got a job out of the area. I think the interruption of COVID and people finding new careers elsewhere, and for some going back to work in person elsewhere is drawing employees away. There are a lot of maternity leaves going on right now in our district, which seems to be up from previous years from what I hear. But again, leaves come in all forms, but I would say that there is an effect of COVID. I don't think it's a huge effect, but we definitely are seeing leaves. I think that we would attribute to that.
Okay. And I'm going to need some help here. I know that we don't need to do public comment on consent agenda items unless there's a change. Now, so my question is it public comment if we pull the item, or is it public comment if we pull an item and change it? Can someone help me with that? Okay, so we're going to go to the public on this item. Is there anybody from the public that would like to address us on 12.02? Okay, no one. I'd like to make the motion to approve 12.02. Second by Mrs. Sheffer. Any further comments? Okay, I'm a yes. Mrs. Sheffer? Mrs. Roger? Mr. Buckman? Ms. Dobler-Drew?
Yes.
And Mrs. Frame?
Okay.
Okay, 12.03, Ms. Dobler-Drew, you pulled that one.
Right. I was just wondering about the high ticket items there. Is that Ford, are those two Ford buses, or, I mean, small buses, or I could have, I suppose, Google it, but I didn't think of that in time. And also the staging concepts acquisition. I just wonder what those are being used for.
Yeah, Mr. Unger, we have Mr. Pinkerton back hot from the basketball court. He's coaching his daughter's basketball team. They had a game tonight.
Nice.
So he's back. So there you go, Mr. Pinkerton.
Here I am. Overtime, ticket to overtime. And I still got back in time. Must have been a long dual immersion conversation, I'm sure. But the two trucks that Mrs. Dobler-Drew discussed are their work trucks. So BG&T, we look at basically what the oldest trucks in the fleet are, and so that's replacement costs for those work trucks. And these are they're big trucks that can pull trailers. They have normally on the back of the trucks, they have all of the toolboxes and everything else that go along with those. So those are those two costs. We actually get a pretty good deal in that we receive kind of the public bid price through Ford. So they're actually cheaper than if you tried to buy them yourself at a car dealership. And then the other one was staging concepts. Was that?
I did ask about it.
So
yes.
Yes.
I'm looking at it right now really quick. So That over the past years, we have ordered stages. Basically, we rent them each year. And so this was an opportunity for us just to buy the stages instead of renting them and spending $10,000 a year. So we needed a couple pieces at Morro Bay High School. And then we were also looking at purchasing a stage for Slow High that we could then store instead of, again, paying that $10,000 to $13,000 a year price tag.
Okay, that about covers it. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go to the public. Is there anyone from the public that would like to address the board on this item? Seeing no one, I'll bring it back. Ms. Dobler-Drew, would you like to make that motion?
I make a motion that we approve the furniture and equipment requests listed in the agenda item.
Perfect. Seconded by Mrs. Roger. Okay, Ms. Dobler-Drew.
Looking for that other number.
We did go to the public, didn't we?
Yes,
Okay. Ms. Dobler-Drew,
for the 12.13,
12.03.
13.
We're voting on 12.03.
Oh, sorry. I was jumping to the next item I had pulled. Sorry about that. So I say yes.
Okay, Ms. Roger. Mrs. Sheffer? Mrs. Frame?
Yes.
Mr. Buckman?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Motion carries 6-0. 12.13. Ms. Dobler-Drew.
Well, I had 3 questions about it. Even though maybe it's been passed and you're not going to do anything about it. I don't know, but I'm just asking. Can't hurt to ask, I guess.
No.
So it was the community members have been emphasized here and added. They will be selected by parents and guardian. It says under number 4 under the AR. So maybe I pulled the AR. It's not showing here. But that the community members are going to be selected by parents and guardians of students attending the school. So the first question is what are the guidelines for community members? It seems like wide open, and my experience with school plan site councils, school site councils, was that they are pretty stakeholder oriented. People who have children or professionals with teaching children. So it seems like community members without any guideline as to who that could be is too open-ended for my mind of thinking that they would come in and have some say-so over how that school is being run and the policies and what they should do. Well, shall I go on to all 3 of my questions or just ask you to answer?
Maybe I can just ask a clarifying question there. Are you asking about community members as members of the school
Yes.
site council?
Yes.
Or their ability to observe school site council meetings? Okay.
Member.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm on the board policy. I didn't see that here. Are you on the administrative regulations and you see that? I'm sorry, I don't have that in front of me, but that's something that I can look up for you and get information to you regarding.
Well, that's good.
Go ahead, Mrs. Roger, and then back to Ms. Dobler-Drew.
Do I? Oh, there it goes. Okay. I would just, in answer to your comment, Ms. Dobler-Drew, I was on the school site council at Baywood for a number of years. And then after I no longer had children at Baywood School, I remained on site council for several more years as a community member. So at least in my experience, it would be a person who has interest and who passes the fingerprint tests and what have you, to be on campus. That was my experience of serving as a community member.
Thank you. So you feel like it's a really viable, I mean, just, it's not something that could get out of hand with.
No, we had one other person who was a sort of kind of a well-known person in Los Osos whose child was no longer in school, but who served on site council as well, because he had interest.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to
Yeah, I don't see it as strangers just coming and,
Right. I
It's-
saw it
it's-
selected by parents or guardians of students attending the school, but still that's getting a little bit. It's not saying there's no guidelines for it. I don't believe as to who the community members can be. Seems like it should be somebody who had children or work with children. Just seems like it should be, but.
and I don't know, that was just my experience.
And I would add to that, as you're reading there, the parent community of the school does have to vote in the members of the school site council, not the teaching members, right? Not the staff members, but the parent members, and I believe the community members. But again, I'd like to go back and read those ARs.
Okay, well, I have a second one mainly off the AR one, that a district employee can serve as a parent guardian representative on the site council of the school. Okay, I get it. Provided the employee does not work at the school. So I understand it better now. I just reread it and I understand it. So you can be on the one that your child is, but not the one where you work. I get that.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
the third one is the goals under the school, the goals to improve student outcomes, including goals that address the needs of student groups as identified through the needs assessment. And I wondered, and it mentions needs assessment again also. I wondered if we could know what those needs assessment surveys are like.
Yeah, I can definitely get you that information.
Oh,
I will
thanks.
tell you that for our school site plans, our directors through Instructional Services, ISLA, really work closely with our principals. So we have a template that we have them fill out, but we also provide data for them, data from SBAC, data from benchmark assessments throughout the district, so that they can really look at the needs of the student, which is exactly what you're talking about,
Mhm.
and then build their action items and goals based on that.
Sounds like a good way to run things. So thank you for clarifying. And
Yeah, it's a strong process. Thank you.
I'd like to see that needs assessment if you could, if you can.
Yes.
Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you.
Got it.
So shall I move
Yes,
to pass?
if you'd like to, please.
Okay, I move that the board approve the proposed revision to board policy 0420, which is the school plan site council.
Okay. Someone like to second that? Okay, I'll second it. I'll go ahead and second it. Is there anybody from the public that would like to address us on this item? Okay, Ms. Dolber-Drew,
Yes.
and I'm a yes. Mr. Buckman? Yes. Mrs. Frame?
Yes.
Mrs. Roger? Mrs. Sheffer? Okay, very good. Motion carries 6-0. We're down to item 13.02, advanced agenda. Anybody have anything for advanced agenda? Mr. Buckman?
This may be more something that we'll look at post-COVID. The students came to us, they made a strong argument to know and maybe influence what the district does to affect change in climate. And the board adopted a resolution. It was a good, strong resolution. But one of the things we didn't do, and what I've learned from people like Mr. Mayfield and teachers, is it's good to have some sort of benchmark, and it's also valuable to get data back. So what I'd like to propose, not necessarily soon because everybody's kind of stretched to the max, is that we add somewhere that we'll get a report back, I don't know, whatever, every 5 years, every year, get a report back on what the district has been able to accomplish. So that's my comment, Chris.
Dr. Prater? All right. I think it's been a couple of years since we've had sort of an update. We did do some of that in our discussions with Measure D, I believe.
Yeah, I appreciate the question, and we did pass that resolution. It had a lot of meat in it, and it's worthy of reviewing and creating benchmarks. And hey, so what have we done since, and what do we plan to do? And that could be something I work with my team on and bring it back perhaps as a study session agenda item.
Yeah.
That we could talk about, because it would include some work that BG&T has done. It would include some of the work that some of our high school clubs have done. Even our middle school clubs have been working on. So, I mean, there are a lot of reasons that this is worthy. I recently watched a movie called Don't Look Up, and it really got me thinking about the importance of us, really taking a step back and looking around and looking what's going on in our world. And climate is a reality we can't avoid. So it's worth looking at. So I have no problems. I just need to gauge the. I appreciate how you mentioned that, Mr. Buckman. Knowing that many of us are a little busy, but if you could, what I'd like to do is maybe bring this forward as a concept for a February or March study session. It'll buy me some time to put it all together.
I would support that request too, Mr. Buckman. I think.
Well, it's a starting point. It's not going to be comprehensive, but it's a good starting point. And then we can objectively look at the steps moving forward. Yeah.
You wanted to put it off here.
No.
You've got a plate that's full.
No, but I do think this is it's something that it's really something that we should reinforce, and even if we take baby steps, it shows that we're looking at it and we're moving forward, and I support that idea. So
Yeah, I absolutely agree, Mr. Buckman. And I think I'm really glad you brought that up. Everyone is really busy right now.
Yeah.
So saying that you can do it in February or March is a faster timetable than I would have anticipated. But if you feel that you can do that.
I think we can put together a framework with the resolution and what we've done, along with what we think we can begin moving towards in the out years. It's a good way, especially because we start developing our goals for the out years in the coming months. So I think it's a good time.
Okay.
And we should definitely look up. Yes.
Okay. All right. So I think we have consensus on that. Anything else? Okay. How about 14.01 reports by board members?
I have one.
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Well, I spent some of my break time, most of it, that when I wasn't with family, reading. And I just want to say, ever since my whole life was about looking at both sides of something. You look at the side maybe you agree with, and then you'll look at the other side too. And then you bring them back to as much of a synthesis as you can. But you at least look at the other side and try to understand it. So with that in mind, I picked a very new and popular book to read over the vacation. And it's the new book by Robert F. Kennedy Jr. You all know that he is the nephew of John F. Kennedy, the assassinated president. His own father was assassinated. So he's pretty much putting his neck on the line when he's bold and comes out with statements that may offend some people. So he's very cognizant of the dangers of doing that, shall we say. Well, in this book, he brings a history of public health in our country, and he footnotes it very meticulously. And I'm just recommending that if you don't agree with the book, that you look at it anyway, just as I don't agree with Ibram X. Kendi, but I read his whole book. and try to understand, because even though science isn't like a monolithic thing, it's being presented that way. Science is about questioning and hypotheses and people talking to each other and dialoguing, and increasingly not in our school district. I mean, in education, we're trying to teach them how to question things. It's all about questioning. And we're trying to teach them to look at both sides of things before you make your decision. And so what happened to that in our greater society, where a lot of the voices of dissent are being quelled right now? So, and with that in mind, I just invite you to read about what Robert F. Kennedy wrote about. He's been an activist environmental lawyer. Everybody would applaud everything he's done before now. He worked in litigation successfully, and he's got to get his facts straight if he's going to be successful in court, doesn't he? And he got the Hudson River cleaned up in New York. He got the San Francisco Bay cleaned up. You talk about an environmentalist, he is. So why would he be lying to you in this book if he was successful in his old life as an environmental lawyer, helping to make our world a better place that way? I just invite people to read this book. However, I'll tell you the title, but I'm just showing it on over there. The Real Anthony Fauci. Bill Gates, Big Pharma, and the Global War on Democracy and Public Health, by Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who's sticking his neck out in more than, one way. So thank you for considering reading it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Well, I want to just say that last week I actually met Lindley Sainsbury in downtown San Luis, and she let me know that she was doing a Zoom meeting with a young adult author named Mary Amato in her class, in 3 of her classes, and I invited myself to go see it. And I just really want to acknowledge the work that Lindley did, but I want to acknowledge the fact that she had a real living, breathing author there who came and spoke to her class and actually gave her class tips and suggestions on writing. They interacted with her. The class asked her questions. It was just a wonderful experience to see that happen. So I really want to acknowledge Lindley and her inviting author Mary Amato to her class. And then also I had a chance to talk to Principal Dickinson, and I wanted to just thank him for spending some time with me. And then I was able to see Mr. Lemkuhl do a little shock work on one of the cars and how he instructed the students. It was great to see that out going on too. So thanks to everybody, and thanks for welcoming me to San Luis Obispo High School. Anybody else?
I wanted
Mrs.
to
Sheffer?
just quickly, I don't need to do this. Mrs. Frame, Mrs. Roger, and I met with Ron Holcomb yesterday, it seems so long ago, to tour the construction at San Luis Obispo High School. And while we were there, we had a delightful conversation with the construction supervisor, John, whose last name I do not know, but he's from Boston, from Acme, who was so interesting to speak with and learn more about the projects, both with him and watching John and Ron talk together. He was accessible. He answered a lot of questions. And it was a really wonderful way to see the campus. My husband, San Luis Obispo High School graduating class of 1960, also came with us and was amazed to see the changes since he had been there and since both our children had attended.
That
So
was when they were
thank you.
writing on stone tablets.
He rode his horse to school. And but it was great. So shout out to Ron and to John from Acme, who actually said, why don't you say something nice about me at the board meeting tomorrow? So John, here you go.
There you go.
So-
Anybody else?
Yeah, Chris.
No, Mr. Buckman, yes.
Thank you. So I took the opportunity to visit Hawthorne and the new principal there. And we visited a couple of classrooms, and we talked about kids, and we talked about teachers and all the kind of things that I expected. And then we had a discussion about an elevator that comes up from the playground, which I gotta be honest, that's kind of cool at school site. But I also was impressed that the principal, and very new, was concerned about, getting kids to exit off of the playground, getting kids in steps, and was looking not only in the classroom, but also at the entire school facilities. And so that was very impressive. And I thank her for that tour.
Yes, great. I think that's it. We appreciate everybody hanging in there. We had a very long but productive meeting. And again, we want to apologize for the late start on the meeting, but I think we were able to iron out most of the difficulties. Thank you very much. This meeting is adjourned.